Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, July the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Okay, one moment, please. I've got some feedback coming in somewhere else, so I just got to turn that off. There we go. All right. Well, what to say again about this lovely little trade of the week? Let's pull back a little bit, but trade of the week again was AG. This was from Monday morning. 1077 was the trigger. And in the pre-market, I got up to 1331. Tremendous trade of the week. Of course, silver. Silver is just exploding. Another little silver play you might want to take a look at is EXK. Another nice break. About the same float as AG. I think AG is maybe a little bit lighter. Actually, AG is has a bigger float, 185 million in the float. EXK is 142, so slightly lower. Very similar patterns, though. I think that this one, take a look at the monthly chart, and you have to go back to 2017 before we see these levels again. So it could be another little silver play to keep an eye on. But let's take a look at the other stocks in play. MXC, this is a Mexico Energy, MXC. Look at this move here. Can't see any specific, what's the date today, the 22nd. I can't see any specific reason. It was halted yesterday. I can see additional information. I know energy stocks are definitely moving well, but this is a huge move, 210%. I almost thought when I first saw it this was a reverse split or something. But anyway, MXC is just exploding here. As opposed to First Energy, FE continues down. So there, I do recall seeing you guys talking, or some of you talking about it in the room yesterday. Look at the gap down, and it is a continuation gapping down for FE. QGen, QGEN. No, it's holding actually. This is I think this is a virus play. I may have this mixed up with something else. No. Well, OGen is up also. OGen is up. I think I've got it mixed up with, well, I've got QGen and OGen. OGen is certainly up also. But this is a cannabis play as far as I can remember. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. So this is, I had it right. You know what? It is, well, both of them are up. QGen and OGen. OGen is definitely a virus play. OGen is a virus play. Let me just make an adjustment here. Sometimes the eyes on the West Coast are a little bit blurry in the morning. Those Q's and O's look the same. All right, TMBR, Timber, anything but. Look at this one on the move here. TMBR, European patent is upcoming. That's the news. TMBR, however, it is pulled way back. 290 was the high. It's pulled all the way back to 239. Was that what it was? Thank you, Harry. $60 million bribe in Ohio. Okay, that'll do it. And then there's this SNDE, an Australian energy company. Again, I don't see any specific news and headlines for it. There must be something. Regains compliance with NASDAQ. That was on the 20th. That was on May the 20th. So I don't see any recent news for it. I'm sure there must be something going on, obviously. But there's Sundance. Look at this one, SNDE. Look at the potential fill here. I mean, we've got the 200-day moving average way up here. Here is one that I've seen popping up and out. for the last little while, and now it really popped today. Look at this OBLG, Oblong Ink. And it's again, guys, I just don't see specific news. You know, I'm sure there are reasons, of course. I mean, I have to really dive down and do some research, but you know, I can't. I can only check to see headlines, and I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, it says, you know, stock moving fast in comparison with Zoom. Okay, but there's OBLG. Big gap up. This is not an IPO. I'm sure this is just a symbol name change right here, but a lot of $411, and how's the flow? 3.65 million in the flow. So look out, look out on this one today. BMRA is sort of financing news, and that announces the filing of a shelf registration, but the pop is gapped on that news so far. BMRA. All right, now I know some of you have asked me about this one, Bingo. So I'm going to take a look at it now that it finally, well, it was briefly over $1, BNGO. So yesterday it did break through the 200-day moving average. It closed just a little bit above it, and now it's trying to gap over $1. The issue here on the weekly chart, probably a lot of resistance right around that 130 level. QIWI. QIWI has gapped up a little bit here. Basically, I guess they were planning a financing and they have scrapped it. And Blink, BLNK, active again. Blink Charging soars again after landing new grant. Okay, that's the news of the day for Blink, BLNK. And here is another one that is gapped up over the financing price, at least it had. Let me just see, KNSA. KNSA, the financing is at $21, 5.9 million at 21, so that's a nice move. That's $2 over. Yeah, so that's $2 over the financing price for KNSA. And kind of still watching that NOVN. Not doing too much actually in the well, actually it's doing quite a bit, 13 million shares. I keep an eye again on it in case it does finally really hold that 200-day moving average of 106. So I'm going to stick an alert back up here. Those are the pre-market high or after hours highs yesterday. And as you know, one of the reasons obviously is because look at all the room it has if it wants to get going again. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Not actually too many of each, a few more downgrades and upgrades. Let's take a look, see if there are any interesting ones. All right, those are the upgrades. See anything from Goldman? Don't see anything from Goldman this morning on the upgrade side. Take a look to see if it is anything on the downgrade side. Actually, seeing quite a few energy stocks getting downgraded this morning. And of course, multiple downgrades for FE still. A lot of energy stocks actually being downgraded this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Actually, I don't see anything from Goldman. That doesn't mean there is nothing from Goldman. It's just whatever I get from briefing.com. The only way you can get out of a trade in the pre-market and post-market is going in. You have to have it's a limit order, okay? If that's the reason, Raj, you can't go in. You can't just take a buy. Can't just hit the buy button or the sell button and go in at market. You have to go in at limit. JAMF. My guess that is going to be an OTC stock just off the. Oh, it isn't. JAMF. I don't know anything about this. There's no volume. Just stocks, basically just stocks, Cleotis. I mean, we're obviously keeping an eye on what the SPY is doing, the overall market trend is, but we talk specific stocks typically, I'd say 98% of the time. All right, and as always, if you do want to follow my watch list up and down, right here, these three windows here, you have to load it from the channel bar. So click on new from the channel, from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, then channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. These three windows will pop up, and you make sure, of course, you save your layout to the cloud if you have a layout already loaded. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced with anything that you click within the channel bar, which is okay as long as you have to have saved your layout to the cloud first, that's all. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Maybe today I can pay a little more attention. There's some awesome ones from it yesterday. And as always, I will have this on simulation mode. I'm going to go over all that in a little bit. If you're new to trading, tremendous way to practice trading using our simulator. Uses our real-time data. Good luck, Julian. Yeah, Raj, I'm not sure how I can help you. I mean, it's all I know about trading in the pre and the post market is you have to go in. You cannot go in at market. You have to go in at a price, like a limit price. That's the only thing I can help you with. Otherwise, I'm not sure how I can help you. No. I trade my own account. I trade my own account within Interactive Brokers, that's all. But, you know, as I always say, I'm not going to flip back and forth. You know, connecting, you can't have them both connected, so I'd have to flip back and forth. There's no way I'm doing that. Not with moderating a trading room. I don't want to do a demo trade, accidentally do a demo trade, and it's my live account or vice versa. Well, vice versa wouldn't matter, but... Seven a.m. Eastern time. Well, we get our data. We start getting our data. We get this question a lot now. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern time. Actually, it's 6:45 a.m. Our top lists. Our top lists start working at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Charting will start at 7. This one is starting. Look at this little energy company. SPI is starting to get active here, and it's through the 200-day moving average. Great volume, low float, 8 million in the float. SPI is getting active. Well, you can use Interactive Brokers at any time. You can use Interactive Brokers right off the bat if you want to make a trade. Just won't start getting any data from us until 7 a.m. Let's not confuse the two. We're a scanner first and foremost, okay? Your broker is your broker. You can use your broker whenever you want. Well, that's correct. I mean, we don't start getting our data until 7 a.m. So if you want to, but I think even within IB, there's, I don't know, the movers, things like that. You can within IB, there's limited scanning. I mean, if you have to trade at 4 in the morning. BMRA is holding here, guys, holding that 10 level. Again, there's some financing. Well, SPI is just rippage here. SPI. Look at that move. $1.40 to 2 in a heartbeat. 8 million in the float through the 200-day moving average. Well, I did see USEG yesterday was pretty active right there. And there was that daily chart yesterday. It did sell off, but what a gap up. Yes. I mean, it's driving me crazy here. I don't see, it's just energy. I mean, it is the energy place. I don't see specific news for it. Just an energy play. Look at the move it had after hours. Tailed off a little bit pre-market. It's a low float. Yeah. Well, I wonder, I mean, even if that is not completely correct, 600,000 is ridiculously low. So United Airlines had earnings such as it is, no real reaction to UAL. When is Tesla? I think Tesla is after hours today. July 22nd post market. That'll be a really interesting one. Well, Mike, I'll do my best. So it looks like that bingo. The only reason I even mentioned it was finally over $1, but we'll see what happens, see if it can regain. And yeah, yesterday's flyer, OMI, is on the way down now. This one never broke out, this semi. Remember, I was watching this one for, it seems like weeks and weeks and weeks, semi, SEMI, waiting forever to see if it could ever take out that 200-day moving average. Remember that day it briefly took it out and then it fell back, and yesterday it got close. Oh, I don't believe this one. Do I have to look at this one? Okay, GNUS News, Genius Brands. Highlights the August retail launch of Rainbow Rangers toy line from Mattel at Walmart. At least I can see some news on it, such as it is. Meanwhile, FE continues its downward. KSS also. KSS, I thought it was an earnings play actually, but it's not an earnings play. KSS is weak, downgrade. Let's see. UBS downgrade sends Macy's and Kohl's even lower. Macy's and Kohl's downgraded by UBS. FE continues down here. Wow. Look at the gap down yesterday. Continues down. Maybe some support for FE around here, around 29. Maybe. Any reason we would not want to enable a strategy on the AI? Oh, second, let me get rid of these two. Well, enabling strategy, yeah, I mean, it's totally up to you. I mean, are you talking about auto trading? Yeah, I guess if you don't want to short, I suppose. But it's totally up to you. I mean, maybe there are some strategies that you really like and some you don't. You know, maybe you've had some luck with some and some they haven't produced the way you wanted to, I suppose. But, you know, I never auto trade, so I never look at it like that. I don't really think so, because they get optimized every single day. So I mean, they're optimized for the day. Boy, FE just continues. But you're really only talking auto trading. I mean, you're bound and determined you're going to auto trade. You know, I still don't understand why you just wouldn't let the alerts happen and manage the trades as they come in. Here's another one that was really down yesterday. Oh, by the way, the market's going to open in 15 minutes. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Just creeping up on me. OPCH. Keep an eye on OPCH also. OPCH. This is, wow, look at OPCH. I mean, this has got, boy, maybe a short written all over it. OPCH. We're open. No, did I say minutes? Okay, obviously I meant seconds. Okay, guys, we are now open for business. Where are you, Fred? Are you in the YouTube feed? Who who is Fred's friend here in the trading room? Somebody said they knew Fred. Fred is the one who posts in the YouTube feed. So was it Gary? Somebody by the name of Gary, maybe in this feed here. That's you. Huh? What a memory I've got. Well, you can thank him so far for Enob. All right, so MXC, yeah, had a pullback, but now it's market high. There's the pre-market high is 1172. Let's just stick an alert right up there. See if it takes out that pre-market high at some point. You have to log in every day. That's all I know, trackers. I don't think it expires every day, but you do have to log in every day. Just like I do. I have to go to the home page, click on the trading room. Just like everybody else. Second here, just doing something on my other monitor. Well, I think you have to log in every day. That's all. I don't know how else I can help you. You just have to go to the home page. So yeah, we have an MXC halt. MXC halt. What is it stacking up to be? That halt looks like nothing dramatic yet. Just one moment, please. Just give me a moment here. I'm just making an adjustment on my other monitors. All right. I see. Okay, trackers. Well, being an interesting open for MKC as well. It's hard to know. It really is hard to know. I mean, look at the crazy spread on it. 1126, 1327. Again, guys, this is from Interactive Brokers. I cannot believe the number of questions I get. You know, A, do we have the bid and ask trade ideas? B, do we have level 2? First of all brokers will have something like this. This is my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You're best off having something like this, having this window, a window like this, open all the time. All right, guys, those of you who have been talking about bingo for a while, it is now back over $1. Nice move, BNGO. The resistance probably is around $1, you know, between $1.30, $1.35-ish. Or actually, I'm a little bit wrong here. I mean, there's a lot on that weekly right there also. So it's right what I would call at that first little weekly resistance area. And then the next one would be around that $1.30. If somehow it can get through all of that, then then you've really got something. BMRA, guys, look at BMRA is just off their shelf financing. SPY's putting in, as we speak, just a little green candle to start. That's that 15-minute candle. A lot of volume for Bingo. It's not a small float. 82 million in the float. 30 million shares already. As usual, I usually wait 15 minutes anyway before I make a trade, just to let the market kind of settle down a bit. Just a bit. This is one that's on my watch list. I mean, there's no volume yet. Love, L-O-V-E, there's no volume yet. It's a low float situation. You can see right there, if it takes out that high of the monthly chart, 2983, it's not that far away. If we get some volume, then it can start to really start to fill in this void. Look at BMRA, guys. BMRA shaking off that financing. And that's this filing of a new 3-year shelf registration statement. iBio sinking here. This was, of course, a high flyer yesterday, but it gave up a lot. I mean, look. So 2 days ago, it had the big pop. Yesterday, it looked like it was going to continue, but it sold right off. And now it's continuing down. Big area for it now to try to maintain at that 5. Doesn't look like it wants to. This looks like a William short, maybe. But it is down 20%, so it might be hard to get the short where you want to. And FE is halted on the way down. Yeah, MXE will definitely be at least a 10-minute halt. Looks like my halts seem to be better today. I don't think these are the two I've got. Well, there was a little discrepancy yesterday. It seemed to be better today. So MXE, yeah. So now it looks like it'll open at 942 instead of 937. And how's that bid-ask? Still, it's a bad spread. Hard to know where it's really going to open. Well, there's a quick popper from the AI. If you have the AI. Not wild about the early alerts, but that one certainly did ramp up almost from the get-go. Wow, Calx continues. Look how strong this one has been. 1, 2, 3. Now the 4th day. This is a massive gap for Calx. CILX. July 21st post-market. So I'm sorry, this was an earnings play. Didn't realize this was an earnings play after hours yesterday. Basically no resistance. Yeah, I mean, you got to go back to 2011 before we start seeing these highs. So I just don't think that's resistance. So this is basically, again, technically not an all-time high, but may as well be. Look at the SPY, nice big green candle in the SPY. So that kind of wiped out the pre-market. It was down a little bit in the pre-market. So far, that's wiping that out. Meanwhile, look at the trade of the week. Silver, look at the volume that came in. You know, I mentioned this maybe a couple of days ago, not a couple of days ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to pop the link in for the trade of the week. All right. Now, I can't remember the exact percentages, but what we found, we went back 3 months just to see every trade of the week for the last 3 months. And if it triggered in the first 2 days, either on Monday or Tuesday, then it was a valid alert. If it didn't trigger Monday or Tuesday, then we discounted it. So in other words, for instance, you'll see when you get the emails, let's just say for argument's sake, well, AG was, the trigger was 1077, and it was on Monday. So let's just say it never traded to 1077 on Monday or Tuesday, then we would discount it. We wouldn't count it. Okay, there it opened. MKC opened. I'm sorry, MXC opened, and now it goes. Look at it going, guys. But let me continue on the trade of the week. So if it triggered either Monday or Tuesday, then it was a valid trade of the week. If you bought, say, 10,000 shares, not 10,000 shares, $10,000 each week, if it triggered, got rid of the trade on Friday, and then started a new one the following week, if it triggered with $10,000, over 3 months, your return was something like 80%. Now, you know, and you know, obviously the AG is going to help those stats a lot. You know, at 1077, because in theory, now it doesn't mean you have to get out of the trade on the Friday, but you know, we just ran the program to see what would happen if people did that. And so I think it was either 75 or 80%. So sign up for the trade of the week. It happens every Monday morning before the market opens. It'll be sent to your email. This is probably the best one I've seen in terms of how quickly it went and the percentage gain from 1077 to, you know, right now 1332. Now, you don't have to hold to Friday, of course. You manage to trade as you see fit. Okay, Snap is an earnings play. Real is talking about Snap is an earnings play. Post-market released earnings after hours. You can see week after hours, and now it is maybe continuing down. And Real, you and the AI are of a like mind. I sort of begrudgingly put this one on here, but SDC is trying to make a rally here. You can see the week. It's the third day, of course. Had a couple of nice days, SDC. Yeah, SNDE, boy, oh boy, what a, yeah, the pullback all the way down to 350, but now it's popped right back up. Well, I got some at 22.92. Just I don't like taking them that early, but we'll see what happens. 22.92 on the short snap, and one of the other reasons, not just because of real, but because it's also an AI alert. Gets back up there, I'll get out, and I might reshort it later. I don't like taking it. Well, actually, I'm sorry, it is past 15 minutes, so. Meanwhile, my guess is that there's the alert 441. SNDE is starting to move. SDC 961 starting to move. USEG 794 got blocked at 8. I mean, it popped over 8 just briefly. Okay, guys, I'm out of the snap. I'll look at reshorting it. Took a 7-cent loss. EVRI, guys, this is a little bit of mini rocket ship right now, up 11%. Actually, I forgot to mention it. I did have it scratched up here. One of the ones I wanted to talk about a little bit. Look at the weekly chart, still has some room. Yeah, I think some of these AI alerts, I think they're just too early. I mean, look at this. I mean, I'll talk about it now. There's the THC 2487. I mean, it popped right up here. How can you not take some profit? But the AI is not out of the trade yet. That's what I'm saying. Anybody listening about auto trading the AI, I mean, you can't let that happen. You can't. I mean, you're almost up $1 if you were able to get in at the 2487. You can't let this happen. You can't. I know every time a question gets asked, all I can say is, quote unquote, they're working on that. Okay, in other words, to see all the past trades you've taken. Yeah, you guys have been talking about AUDC, AUDC. Yeah, I can see why. Oh, okay, it's a $40 stock. Oh, man, I should be in this one. Look at that, alert 441. This is probably going to be the one. Yeah, I mean, you could do something like that. You can highlight, you can go something like this. You can expand it to include all the rows if you want, and then export if you want. But I mean, obviously, we want to make it a little. All right, here's this calcs. But we want to make it more official within here, within Brokerage Plus. I don't know what it takes to actually get that done. Just a matter of throwing some time at it, I guess. We've got so many other things going on. All right, Mr. Snap, let's just take a look to see what you're doing here. Let's see if it's down to this level again. Yeah, I have actually. LL is on my list. Yeah, LL's on the watch list. It won't. Well, first of all, the volume's too low right now, so it won't appear here until at least the relative volume gets to be 1 and the volume gets to be 150,000 shares. All right, market's putting in a nice couple of green bars now. Nice rally so far. Calx, guys, CALX. Let's see how well it holds. 19. SDC. Well, it is moving. What's the high looking left here on the weekly chart is 987, and then this one is 1025. So, I mean, you can see if it can take out 10. I mean, it's got a lot of room. This was a kind of a darling for a while. I'll stick an alert right around 998. Calix on the move. So let's look at these alerts. 441. Well, it's pulled back a lot now, but it got up to 441, got up to 481. SDC 961. It is at 986 right now. Calx, yes, it was 1887. 1930 right now. I don't think USAG is recovered yet. No, it hasn't recovered yet. I do have an alert set at that alert area. So far, I had to be quick on the SNDE. Snap is actually looking more like a bounce. Well, NOVN is a big bust. I had relatively high hopes for this one today. I thought maybe, after yesterday's action, but I still have an alert set right up here. Maybe it won't happen today, tomorrow, or ever, but if it does, I will know about it. All right, Blink BLNK just showed up here, 770. Just wish it weren't so close to that whole number. Let's look left on that weekly chart. It did get up to about 850 a couple of weeks ago. There actually was a little bit of news. Blink Charging wins grant to deploy 200 Blink Fast level etc's. Awarded grant from Virginia Clean Cities Group. Virginia Clean Cities to place 200 fast level 2 charging stations across the Mid-Atlantic region. So that is the news for Blink, BLNK. All right, guys, we're in a sort of easy come, easy go. I mean, look at this. I mean, it popped all the way up to 1942. 1940 has dropped. Calix has dropped right back down. So yesterday, what I was seeing, even though the market really wasn't helping, it was kind of really just kind of chopping around a little bit. So a lot of nice little trend plays. Of the things that I've seen so far this morning, I'm not seeing tremendous trend plays. I'm sure there are some out there, but I'm not seeing things which are just like, I don't expect the Calix doesn't have to be constantly going up, but just getting rid of this sort of action. Big red bars, just sort of whippiness, tough to keep in trades. Wow. Just looking for any sort of support for this one. I mean, you've made a good, it's been a nice bounce play for you, obviously. AG is still strong, guys. I've seen some of the other silver plays. Look at this. I mean, look at the room it's got now. For AG, the high right there is 1376 on that monthly chart, so that's sort of the next potential area. But this is strong. I mean, EXK is it was given up a lot, but look at AG. I mean, it is still almost at the high. Well, 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 look at my favorite store in the world, Best Buy. Look at Best Buy, BBY. Yeah, I actually read something yesterday about Best Buy saying that of course, they're opening a lot and they're saying their sales have been great. Of course, they helped a lot online, obviously, but well, I hope you got out. I'm sure you must have William on the FE. A lot of choppiness. I mean, some of these high flyers, look at USEG up to 835, giving up over $1.30. $7 stock. I mean, that's brutal. OBLG flying in the pre-market, sinking it when the market opens. Definitely not the same sort of a day as yesterday. AMD is a strong trend though, yep. Only a red bar, one red bar right there. Yeah, AGM is real. I mean, look at another silver play I was following, SVM. I mean, this is, contrast that with AG. And we have another halt on the way down. I'm assuming you are out of that long trade. I don't see all that resistance. I mean, I look at the monthly chart. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. So I'm going back to 2016 here. I mean, maybe, but okay, Kratos Defense and Security, KTOS. Look at the pop here. Look at the volume coming into KTOS. Wow. And this does have some room. Look at that weekly chart, 1859. That's the next high looking left on the weekly. It is just taken out. Yeah, it is just taken out that high right there, or it's trying to anyway. The high right there is 1693. That's about 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago for KTOS. Let's see if it takes out 17. If it does, I mean, this still has room. Right into the 200-day. Boy, you got to watch a lot of things, but it's right into the. Look what it did. Almost to the penny. It hit the 200-day moving average. The high was 1712. Look at the 200-day moving average, 1713. So let's stick an alert just a little bit above it. A little bit choppy. There was a pullback for EVRI, but here we go, EVRI. The high of the day right there a few days ago was 650. Takes out that, then it has a shot up into this level here, 7, EVRI. Wow. It just took it out. Look at that. It just blasted right through that 200-day KTOS so far. Look at this. 1713. It just blasted right through it. It is pulling back a little bit right to it. Meanwhile, AG makes another new high, and it is above, it's right at the pre-market high now, guys. AG. Just checking the ETF. So I mean, look at this. There's the ETF for silver. Had a huge move in the pre-market. Gave quite a bit up. Just kind of resting. But I mean, look at AG. I mean, this is just a within the sector. So you can start checking to see what some of the other stocks within the sector are doing. There's the EX. I mean, it's still up. Here's the EXK. How's Coeur d'Alene doing? Yeah, I still am watching Snap. Have my alert set down here around 2280-ish. It's not published yet. Tank, it's not published yet. It's internal. I think they're trying to fancy it up. I did see it though. I mean, it's just, you know, the numbers don't lie. The stats were there. Again, if you guys, the question were the stats for the trade of the week. So just a mini recap. And there's the link for the trade of the week. You can sign. It's a free service, guys. Take advantage of it. You're brand new. Even if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, it's a free service. So what we did is we went back. Well, it's going to be a little bit longer now, maybe 3.5 months now. All the trades of the week, and as you know, you get it before the market opens every Monday morning. So here's what we did. We said, okay. If the trade of the week triggers either on Monday or on Tuesday, because sometimes they don't trigger, there's always a trigger price. You know, there's a suggested entry. Sometimes it doesn't get there. So if it doesn't get there on Monday or Tuesday, then we just discard it. If it does happen either on Monday or Tuesday, then we consider then it's a live trade of the week. And we say if you put $10,000 into it and sold it on Friday, and you did that with every single trade of the week, so you always have $10,000 to work with. Not that the money, because it's a percentage gain, but we found out it was either 75 or 80% you'd be up after 3 months. The link for the trade of the week is right above you, Sam. Right above you, right there. Yeah, there's no question. There's no question. It's been, you know, and there's been no shorting or anything like that. They don't. Oh boy, KTOS. So it blasted through that 1713. It pulled back a little bit, and it is still above it. It works until it doesn't. Exactly. Yeah, but we're just looking at the stats over the last 3.5 months. You know, AG happens to be, you're absolutely probably the best one in terms of percentage increase in a short period of time. But it's just pure stats. I mean, you know, if it triggers, and you sell on Friday. I mean, are they all going to be like AG? Of course not. Yeah, MXC is not completely over. Look at that pullback, got all the way down to 9, so it's tacked on $2. Depends what you mean by a chase. I mean, you know, obviously some of the alerts we get, you know, it could be in the middle of a big upswing, but they could keep going. Ah, I should be in this one. Just a minute. All right, guys. Well, I should be in this one. I am in this one. Look at Snap now, guys. It's now at my. Am I going to get it at my level I want? Snap is only down, not down 10% yet either. Boy, OBLG is all over the place. Ah. Okay, guys, listen, I've been, I sort of scalped out the OBLG. I do want to get back into it. Yeah, look at the calcs now, right back up. Oh, man. Yeah, the OBLG has been all over the place. There was the alert at 435. I didn't get in right there. I got in at 441. It popped up to 460 something. I didn't get out there, unfortunately. In the mid-fit. Now it looks like it's moving again. And now it's really moving. Well, get used to it, Andrew. We all do. I mean, we all look at things and why didn't I get in here? You know, why didn't I get in here? Why didn't I get in here? But a lot of these, yeah, they might make big moves, but then they can settle for a bit and then they can make another move. And that's, you know, so you. This one rearing its ugly head after. Well, there's the SDC getting over that 10. So let's look at some of these original alerts. All right, in all of that, I did get back into the snap short. See if it works this time. 78. Meanwhile, AG continues making another new high. Okay, on the move. I mean, what is this one? Looking left, 273 or so. There's the next high looking left on the daily chart. Look at AG, guys, continuing. Best silver play. Looks like the best silver play. You know, in terms of, it didn't really give anything up. A lot of the other silver plays, you know, haven't really, they opened up, but they've just been settling down. AG is just continuing to do its move. Now, of course, if you're going to kind of follow, I mean, there's no, even if you were going to, you know, do the $10,000 per trade of the week, and in theory getting on a Friday, I mean, there'd be no reason to get out of a trade if it's still working well. I think the idea was, what we're trying to do is help people with small accounts. If you only have $10,000, well, if you commit $10,000 to one trade a week, follow the rules. You know, there will be a stop. Doesn't, I mean, they're not all going to work. You get out. All right, one of the SPACs, LCA, on the way down here. LCA on the way down. Big area for to try to hold at 14. If it takes out 14, look out below. Ugh, ugly. I mean, you know, I did not get back into this one. That is ugly, ugly. OBLG. This was but a 12-cent scalp for me. Well, this is aptly named the first majestic silver core. And if it stops out on Monday, then it's you know, it's part of the stats. It doesn't get, well, it gets counted as a loss. Well, SDC, guys, over 10 now. 1030 is the next high looking left. Well, they're all designed for longer term holds. All the trades of the week are designed for longer term holds. All we did was we just wanted to run the statistics to see what would happen if. Obviously, I mean, if you got into AG and it kept working and working, working, there's no reason to get out. But they are designed for longer term holds. Boy, that's a OBLG. That is that was a tough one, I got to admit. Got a little excited because it really has no resistance, and it hit 547 in the pre-market. I thought a lot of traders might be, you know, eyeballing that one, but nope. Just waiting to see if Snap can really collapse. Okay, guys, there's EXK. It is starting to move. There's the pre-market high. All right, so I took that one, EXK. You know, I'll put a $4 stop on it if it doesn't, at worst. Holy smokes, I hear MXC over. Look at this one. Wow, what a recovery. $9 up to $13.44 for MXC. Well, you just go in the short side alley. There's lots of opportunities in 2008. You have to be prepared to short though. All right, guys, I'm out of the Snap. I just don't like the way it's trading. Basically flat on the Snap. I might look at it one more time, but I'd have to get down to 2265 again or so. Well, the uptick rule, it doesn't mean you can't short. It just means it makes it a little tougher, that's all. Doesn't mean you can't short. Okay, remember what I was saying about LL? It wouldn't show up until finally we had 150,000 shares volume and at least one in the relative volume, which has happened. All right, so LL, interesting now, over 20. What do we have for resistance? Looking left on that monthly chart, well, a ton of room. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Yeah, there's really no resistance for LL, guys. I mean, there was resistance, but it's far enough away. LL, over that whole number. Volume picked up, low float, 27 million in the float. More expensive one, Love. I mentioned this one earlier. Also, the volume is picked up. Relative volume is 1.5 now. Look left. You want to, I mean, look at this one looking left, guys. $30 right now. Look at the potential. Well, the longer lumber LL holds over 20, of course, the better. Sets up a nice base at 20. Keep an eye on that LL, guys. The longer it holds. Spread is tightening up, 12, 16, 12, 16. Short opportunity maybe for BMRA, just broke down under 10. BMRA just broke down under 10. All right, guys. Well, we'll see. Maybe an okay fill for the LL 18. Gets anywhere close to 20, I'm out. And it's 10:30 already. Just watching the LL. I don't want to see it get down too much lower. Otherwise, I'm just going to bail on it. Kind of like that. Just kind of watching it. All right, I'll have to watch it again. I'm out of it at 20:08, 10-cent loss. Now I'm going to have to talk about what's 10:30 already. Just a second. So I'm going to reset my alerts. 2019. Yeah, well, the first thing is you can try to follow me, all right? It's up here, okay? But again, this is not a room in which I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. But welcome to the room. You know, I've been in Snap a couple of times. One of the reasons I didn't post it is because it is an AI play, and you know, it's not fair. I know I talked about it. But it's not fair for those of you who pay for the AI. If I'm just going to basically disclose the AI trades. Wow, MXC. All right, first of all, welcome to the room, anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. I'm just watching MXC here. Wow. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. You can access the scans in two ways. There's the scans tab within the trading room right there, scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download. All the scans will go to a Word document. You can copy it. See it's something you might like, you can copy the link and then just load it from the cloud, file load from cloud. If you've copied the link will appear right there and then you just load it. So again, if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Now, talk a little bit about our subscriptions before I get into all the links and the AI and Brokerage Plus. Now look at Acor. Acor on the move here, guys. Oh man, lots of activity now. Starting to get some interesting trends. There's a real cheap one. How much in the float? Not a lot. Not a low float though. 47 million. So I just want to get the subscription links in. All right, this is how much Trade Ideas cost. So first of all, there's a promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. It would help if I, and there's the link right there. Man, USEG came right back, I bet. 794, 844, wow. Okay, we have four plans. The premium yearly, the big one, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The reason, if you're getting premium, it's because you want to follow our AI, which I'm going to go over. This is what the AI looks like. It's a window that you basically load every morning or have it as part of your layout, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. You just manage the trades as you see fit. Now, you don't have to start off with a premium yearly or even a standard yearly. You can always try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 less than 15%, or the premium, $228 less than 15%. Again, the discount's only good for the first month, but if you decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 15% promo code. So that is the pricing. Now let me talk about some of the links. And I want to get two of those links in here. Okay, so in the links section, the links tab, I've gone over the pricing. Trade of the week, I've been talking about it. Tremendous trade of the week this week, but overall, you've heard me talk about the stats. Probably should put that link in also again. You get sent to your email before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, Brokerage Plus intro. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account, watch that video, Brokerage Plus intro video, okay? My daily video, I do it between about 1:05 and 1:30 every day. I have put the links in for the 20 short lessons and the training. I put them in also into the rooms. So if you click on the 20 short lessons, even if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, it says 20 lessons in 20 days, but of course you can go at your own pace. They're very, very short lessons. And they basically take you through all the basic features of Trade Ideas. You know, what is a top list, build a top list, an alert window, etc., etc. So you can go at your own pace. We also have a bigger training link. You click on that link and you will see we do have those 20 lessons are here. We also have what we call TI University, a lot of interesting videos here. But this is a great little video series, brand new to the market. It's a great little video series to watch. We also have 4 webinars a week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can register for them all. Today is Wednesday. This is the one that I attend. But you can register for all the webinars right here. And that's from the training link. Now I want to talk a little bit about the AI, how it works. Well, most people don't want it on. Okay, first of all, I have a question about the surfing. The minute you click on an alert, it's going to stop surfing. It's that simple. Nothing you can do about that. Most people, that's what they want. Okay? So there's nothing you can do about that. It's a toggle on and off. If you don't click on any alerts, it'll keep surfing. Going through all your top lists, etc. Okay? So that's number one. And yeah, there were no trades today for Holy Grail. Okay? There were trades in Holly Neo and Holly 2.0. So I don't really care. That's why just have this window open. Who cares from where they come from, to be honest? Okay? Just have this window open, which I'm going to go over right now. Meanwhile, MXC, just what a day. I mean, look at that pullback down to $9. All right, guys, continue to watch the LL as it now is underneath. Big red bar now. So that might be... old trader, old trader, just from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. If you do that, then this window pops up. Then you can incorporate it as part of your layout. You don't have to load it every morning, but that'll have them all. Okay? Okay, let me talk about... Well, if you have the premium service, in order to see all of the AI alerts every single day in the most easy way, in my opinion, is from the toolbar. Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? You click on that. This is your window, and just wait for the alerts to happen. But also, you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every morning. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay? Oh no, of course, with you have a Trade Ideas subscription, you can of course make all your own scanners. You know, I share a lot of scanners, but I mean, you're more than welcome to make your own. That's the whole idea of Trade Ideas, really. I mean, I try to help with all the scanners that I've got. With all the scanners that I've got, you can take a look at, you know, up big yesterday, reversing today. You might think, oh, that's interesting. Let's take a look at it. But with all of the scanners, consider them templates. So let's just say you load my basic new highs and lows, which I absolutely love, okay? But let's just say you load that one. If you right click configure, click on the summary, you're going to see the filters that I'm using. Now these filters may not be what you want. You know, you might want a different range of price. You know, I've got between 1 and 20. Maybe you like to see stocks between 20 and 60. So you can change it. Maybe you want to have a higher or a lower minimum volume for the day. So, you know, I give you a template. This is what I use, but you're not, you know, tied into it. You can make the changes. And once you make the changes, just save. You would say, okay, and then that's it. They becomes sort of your custom version of what I've given you. And then once you've done that, make sure, as I should say this more and more, you should save each individual window to the cloud. Okay, so it's so easy. Once you've made your changes, or even if you haven't made any changes, that's fine. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save. So now it's in the cloud. So I save all my individual windows to the cloud. I save my entire layout to the cloud. The reason for saving individual windows is there are a lot of windows that I don't use right now. But every now and then I'll take a look, scanners call them. I'll look, bring one back and see, I wonder how this one's doing now. And if I kind of like what I see, kind of like what I did with my options play magic. I hadn't had that up and running for probably 2 years. I brought it back, I don't know, a month and a half ago. I'm liking the alerts I'm getting. Okay, so I brought it back and now it's part of my layout. So that's why you save each individual window to the cloud, and then you can always, at any time, bring them back. No, you can save it to your local computer. The reason I say save things to the cloud is that if anything happens, first of all, there are 2 reasons. You can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. Laptops, tablets, of course, desktops like I have. So you can have it on as many devices as you want. If you've saved everything to the cloud, then let's just say you load it to a laptop, okay? So now you download TI, Trade Ideas, the program, and then all you have to do is file, load from cloud, and you can load your layout or Windows, whatever ones you want. You don't have to recreate the situation every device. The other big reason, of course, is that anything, let's say on my desktop, if anything happens to my desktop, it explodes. Well, I don't have to worry. I get a new desktop, I get a new computer, and then I just load everything from the cloud. But you can certainly save to your local computer, yes. Yeah, voice alerts, absolutely. Voice alerts is one of the nice features of Trade Ideas. So the whole idea of putting a price alert, I'm sorry, did you say alerts? The voice alerts, yes. Voice alerts is that with all the different windows that you might have, and you shouldn't have so many, it gets too confusing. But sure, I put a sound alert here, I put one here, and they're different. So when I hear a sound, I know exactly which window to take a look at. Just one moment, please. So, I mean, that's the whole idea, yeah, of putting sound alerts. And it's easy. You just right click, configure. I'm sorry. Right click properties and actions. And then you just basically follow, set up the sound. You can have text to speech, but remember only one because you don't want to have them all text to speech. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. So that's when you start using a custom sound. Select the sound within each filter, within each folder here. There are some sound alerts, and you can just experiment. You can left click, open it, play it. If you like it, you just say okay a couple of times, and then that gets attached to the window. Oh, Snap, you miserable. That's a big... so now Snap is all the way back down. So now the question is, do I want to reshort it? Well, when you say sorted, it's not sorted. It just has these 4 alert windows in it. It's not sorted. I mean, it's just the latest one is going to appear. That's all. So it's not sorted in any specific way. All right, let me talk about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Now, this is not one of them, but if it were, what the AI does, waits for the market to close. So we'll wait for the market to close today and then get to work on an optimization routine for the 50 strategies. That routine looks at all the filters that are in place, maybe makes a change to the filter values, runs the back tester, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. And I say runs through the optimization routine for 50 strategies. Obviously, only a computer can do that. So when the AI did the routine last night, it optimized. These are the strategies that were optimized for today. These are the ones that made the cut, as I call it, having the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones make the cut because, again, it'll use today's data and, again, run through the optimization routine. So all you have to do then is load this window every morning and wait for the alerts to happen. It's all laid out. There's an entry price, of course, a real-time entry. There's a stop. And, basically just manage the trades as you see fit. Well, it's not... Okay, you could say it's sorted by time. I mean, it's just the latest. I mean, it's the typical way if you don't sort. Usually we want to see the latest alert, at the top. So I guess you could call it sorted by time. Boy, didn't I just mention BMRA breaking down through 10 might be a nice short? And look at HMHC. What a night that. Now there's a trend. There is a trend. Where was the alert? First alert. 242. So it's 267 now. All right, let me talk now about Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, just a second here. All right, if you have Interactive Brokers as your brokerage account, you can use this window right there to manage your trades, to basically do all your order entering within this window called Brokerage Plus. Only if you have only if you have an Interactive Brokers account. I will put this video in here. Great video to watch. Covers everything you have to know about connecting Brokerage Plus to Interactive Brokers and trading your account. Now what I do is I have connected it to the paper trader. Haven't taken any trades. I'm going to start taking some trades to show you how you do it. And if you are new to trading, this is a fantastic way to learn, okay? To practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you've got, okay? Massive volume to scan, well, depends what you mean, but yeah, for instance, we've got volume. Depends what you mean by massive volume. You're talking about relative volume, are you talking about overall volume, or are you talking about volume pops? You know, I mean, we've got we have 1 minute volume pops, 5 minute volume pops, comparing, previous 1 minute candles, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15. The relative volume means, very abnormal volume. So there are a lot of ways to look at abnormal volume. So I guess the answer is, well, again, the volume you can use the volume 1 minute percent, volume 5 minute percent. That's comparing previous 1 and 5 minute candles. So you'll see some volume increases. Man, HMHC. What a move. Okay, let's take a trade. No, I got out of it for about a 5-cent loss, EXK. Sorry, 407. I was in at what, 412? Got out at 40. I might look at it again, and I might even swing it. I mean, it depends on what silver is doing. Silver is, taking a little bit of a downturn, so that didn't help that EXK trade. So let's take a trade though. Let's see what love is. Or LL. Okay, LL over 20 right now. Again, this is just practice trading, okay? Or let's take a look at SEM. All right, let's take a couple hundred shares. I'm going to go in at the market. The spread is 2 cents, so I just took the trade. Okay, see, all I did was I click on the alert. Symbol shows up. I pick how many shares I want. I went in at market because spread was only 2 cents, so there's no problem going in at the market. And now I can add a stop. Remember, this is simulation trading, guys, okay? And I would put my stop, say, at the bottom of that 5-minute candle right there, 1572. Should know what the stop is ahead of time. I'm just sort of doing it in reverse order, showing you how. This is the most manual way to do it. So you can see now the stop is right on the chart. Now I can move it up and down as I see fit. Use it like a trailing stop. So if the trade really starts working well, if the trade really starts working well, I can start moving the stop up. I can put a target if I want. Add the target order. So let's just put, again, I'm just making things up here, but let's say 1650. Just want to show you how it appears on the charts. So you see there's a line now. There's your target order. So at this point, if I let this just run automatically in the simulator and it got down to 1572, I'd lose $35. If it went up to 1650, I'd make 121. Okay, and that's in the simulator. Very simple to do. So I don't want to get into more aspects of it. That's a very, very simple way to use it. And practice trading. Practice. I mean, it's right there for you. Everything I've done is all part of the standard service. Redo the limit. You meant like putting in the stops and a target? Is that what you meant? Okay, well, I've already done it here, of course. But let's say I wanted to get rid of. So I'll get rid of these and I'll do it again. Okay, so I just got rid of them. See how they disappeared on the chart? So it's really simple. You just pick an area you want, and I pick that area. That looked like a good support area, right? So say 15, and I just go back to positions, click on it, right click, and add the stop order. And what did I say? I think it was 1570. Again, this is the most manual way, but probably the easiest way to learn. Okay, and there it appears right on the chart. And then again, if I want to put a target, what did I put? I think it doesn't really matter, but I'm just showing you how you can do it. And there it is up here. It's hard to read it, a little bit muddled up here, but there it is. That's it. Boy, Snap is a miserable one. Might have to just forget about it. All right, what's happening now? Let's take a look at SEM, 1589, 1595. It broke a little bit above 16. Again, you want to follow my watch list all day long. All you have to do is click from the toolbar, new, channel bar, and then Barry's watch list. Again, all these channels, everything in the channel is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout lettered at a time. Well, you know what? Support and resistance can be very subjective. Your idea of support, my idea of support or resistance might be very different. I'm going to say that pattern recognition, I mean, we do have things like consolidation, consolidation breakouts, things like that. I'm not big on patterns, to be honest, though, like these. I mean, you can check to see candle patterns. Oops. So here we have candle patterns, geometric patterns. I think you were talking about here are geometric patterns. I don't use any of them, okay, just to let you know, I don't use any of them, but they are there. You can. I have a very simple style. I mean, there's MVIS making a new high, guys. What is it got here? So it is at the high of yesterday right now, 246, 244. So it takes that out. It has a shot to get up to 3 MVIS. Now to get out of a trade, you can flatten it. So if I flatten, I'm out of that trade. It just took me out of the trade. Okay, I could have got out of half the trade. I could have doubled my position. Okay, these are the 3 standard hotkeys you can use. Just give me a moment here. All right, back. Sorry about that. Morning is flying by. Okay, LL getting my attention again. You know, if it gets over 20, 17 or so. Meanwhile, I think AAOI has been 1462 was the alert, 1481 now. So what this shows me, and also this window here when it says no repeat. So the theory is this, is that what I'm looking at here is the very first time it alerted. And you can see in this window here, you'll see the symbol repeated over and over again as it makes a new high or a new low. Okay, that's why you see AAOI. Every time it makes a new high, you're going to see it. But in this window, you'll just see the very first time I was alerted. So why I like to do it that way is I can kind of go back and see, okay, from that first alert, what did it do? There's the time. So like for MXC, there's the time, 9:31. There was the price. What did it do since then? Now, you know, you'd like to say, well, it wasn't straight up to 1463 by any stretch, but, you know, now it is. But, you know, it did dip down to 895 before it did get back up there. But, you know, so the same thing with the AJ, 1330, got up to 13, and that was sort of straight up. So this is kind of going back in time to see, okay, did I miss anything? 1613. So, you know, AUPH could be still setting up later on. It's kind of basing here. So I think like Real said, you know, it takes out 1620. Though I look at this daily, I don't know about that, but we'll see. Maybe, you know, maybe up in this area. But you can kind of go back and just kind of see, well, what happened since the very first alert? You know, 640, you know, got up to 6, nothing fantastic for EVRY. Meanwhile, GNPX, so look at there's the alert. 390, so it's now at just at 4, probably a low float. Yeah, 23 million in the float. And so as always, look left. What do we see? 452 is the high for the on the weekly chart. So it has some room. When I say some room, what I'm always that's why people ask, well, why do you have a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart if you're mainly an intraday trader? Well, the reason is that because I'm an intraday trader and I'm liking momentum stocks, I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So if I don't have to worry about intraday resistance, then I have to look at the higher time frames to say, okay, great, you're at an intraday high. Where could you stall on the higher time frames? So that's why I have these, and so that's why I'm always looking. You hear my phrase: look left, look left, look left, look left. And if you're wondering what the count filter is, basically nothing. You'll notice here that 60 is the filter I'm using. So what that means is stock has to hit a minimum of 60 new highs before we see it in this window. So a stock that in theory is hitting a lot of highs means that should be a stock that's in play, a lot of action. Doesn't mean it's going to go straight up afterwards, but at least you're not in anything that is not moving. Now it could stop, obviously. Well, of course. I mean, well, I don't know what you mean. I mean, obviously, these are all months on my monthly chart. So, I mean, I'm right there. I'm going back to 2016. So I'm not sure I understand the question, Mike. I mean, I have a monthly chart right there. Obviously, I can go back. I'm right there. I'm back to 2015, 2013, 2011. So I'm not quite sure I understand the question because you do see we have monthly charts. Still don't understand the question. So when I click on the basic new highs, so obviously I see here are my 5 time frames. So I'm looking. These are just basic new highs intraday. So again, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. If you're talking about could you, for example, new high, I could put, it has to be a 5-day high or a 10-day high or a 15-day high. 2 months, 60-day high, you know. Well, you can, are you talking about a history? You can do a history today if that's what you want. Is that what you mean? Or you can, yeah, okay. But this is the overall history today. You know, this is the, you know, the repeating version. This is the history of, you know, today. I choose only to see the first alert here so I can go back and see what happened from that alert. Yeah, you can just pick the time frame. History, time frame, and pick your time frame. Then you can go back, I want to say 60 days. Yeah, you just basically there's a calendar and you just basically can show it. Yes. Yeah, it's too much data. Yeah, it only goes back. I mean, I don't know why anybody wants to go back, especially if you're intraday trading more than 60 days. But anyway, yes, that is the limit, especially in a window like this. All right, let's take another trade. In fact, what I'll do is why don't give me some ideas to take in the simulator. How about FSLY as a short? I'm getting, I'm getting a lot of ones from the YouTube feed. Let's see, one that I haven't seen today, Edry. Now, the other thing with the simulator, if you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then it's treated like a swing trade. Okay, so you can obviously practice swing trading with the simulator. You start off with $100,000. That's what the starting point is. You have $100,000 in the account. All right, we'll take this one, SNDE. You know, I wouldn't because I'd wait for a 4 break, but actually that's a good point. So why don't I do this? I'll show you how you can put a conditional order in. So let's just say I wanted to take this on a 4 break, say around 410. I want to take 200 shares. So I basically, all I have to do, 4.1, 4.1, and buy. Okay, so notice right on the chart, it says opening order 4.1. It'll take the trade right here if it gets to it. Okay, so this is like a conditional buy order. Let's short Snap. Let's short 200 shares at the market. I went at the market because the spread was a penny, so we've just shorted Snap. Obviously, to short, you just sell. And the other thing too is before you do a short, make sure, because again, you are practicing trading, but make sure your broker would have allowed you to short. Again, it has nothing to do with our feed, of course, but if you're practicing, you should be treating it like it is a real world situation. So yes, I mean, our system will take the short all the time because it doesn't know who your broker is. It doesn't really care. But you might glance over and say, I don't have any shorts available. Premium. A star. Are you a premium subscriber? Okay, so from the toolbar, click on New. AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not this one, but the Strategy Trades window. Okay, once you do that, this is the window that'll pop up. And then you'll have access to all the alerts as they come in all day long. Yeah, well, you can only execute after hours as a limit order, okay? So it depends what your order situation is. If you're, are you new to trading, Sam? Because, I would get out of the trade. Unless you're trying to swing it. Yeah, so if you're just paper trading, it won't execute after hours unless you turn it into a limit order. And that might be confusing to you, so don't worry about it. If you're new, don't even think about it, okay? If you're practicing trading, either do this one of two ways. You're getting out of the trades at the end of the day, or if you want to hold it overnight, then just hold it overnight. Well, I hope you watched the video. So you're using IB, Interactive Brokers, and Brokerage Plus. Okay, well, I hope you watched that video. I'm sure you did, right? Okay. But if you wanted to get out of the trade at the end of the day, you have to go in at a limit price, after hours. But listen, I mean, unless you're planning on holding it overnight, and I'd be exiting that trade, before the market closes, especially if you're new to trading, because you don't know what's going to happen overnight. Depending on I don't know what the stock is, obviously, but, and don't tell me because I'm not going to give you any recommendation. Yes, you should hold it overnight or not. But if you're new to trading, unless you've set this up as something that you thought, yeah, I want to swing trade this. I mean, that's fine. Well, were you planning to hold it overnight though? Well, then get out. Get out before the day's over. Just flatten your trade, or pick a price you want to get out at. All right, so what is the market doing? I haven't looked really at what the market is doing right now. So really not doing too much. So kind of holding, there's the pre-market low, so it's kind of, right there I guess is, but all right, guys, there's that GNPX. So there was the alert at 390. Stock's at 413 now. Wow, GNPX on a mission here, guys. The next high looking left, 456. Snap is ugly. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just kind of an ugly, maybe not be too dynamic anymore. I don't know. There are actually a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Almost 200,000 shares for GNPX. All right, guys, there's a little break for AUPH. Nice break for AUPH at a consolidation. Look at that break, guys, and some volume coming into AUPH. Consolidation break on the 15s, consolidation break on the 5s. And it has room until maybe, I mean, it might chop around here a bit, but if it can break through that, it's got some room. AUPH. Well, there's even lumber liquidators right back up. A little bit of a chase right now. Just got to get through this area here. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:28. AUPH, guys. Look at that break. I mean, you're not going to find too many. Print this out, guys. I mean, look at all the consolidation on the 5s, even on the 15s. Look at the volume that came in. Volume that came in. Print these two charts out. That's what you want to see. It might, but I'm going to scalp the heck out of it. This is the sort of, when I saw this, I mean, this was the issue here, right around here. But if it can really break through here, I mean, it has a shot to get to that 1670. And there's the first alert, 1613. Keep an eye on the Sundance now, SNDE. SNDE. Oh man, AUPH, guys, what a 1650, maybe next, maybe. If you're in this one, consolidation break with volume. That's the key. All right, keep an eye on this SNDE. The longer it holds over 4, I mean, remember, it got up to 483. I think a break of maybe in the high teens might get it running again. There's a high right there of 430, but that's giving up too much. But, you know, the longer it holds over 4, and then, but as always, wait for volume. If the volume doesn't happen, don't get it. Levels here. Do I think? I have no idea. I'm just, I'm not going to really look at Snap anymore unless something extraordinary happens. I have no idea. It's just too, it's not of interest to me. It's just chopping around too much. I have no idea though if it's going to get over 23. Okay, so that's why we wait. Look at the SNDE. Look like, you see, there's a little pop there, but on no volume. You know, what we want, I mean, they don't all have to be like the AUPH volume, but it has to look, and you just let your eyes tell you. Let your eyes tell you on the chart. You'll see. It doesn't have to be a certain amount. It's just in relation to what has happened before. So, I mean, obviously, this is the biggest volume bar of the day on the 5 minute. It might, but I'm still hanging on for a little bit more. 1650 might be the tough one. I mean, it's got a little bit of all this little area here, which I did not like, but I just couldn't pass on this volume and the break. But this is stalling it right here. Somebody asked me about NOVN earlier. It's just not of any interest. Disappointing. Thought it would, yesterday I thought it would really hold this area and then maybe have a nice move into this void, but just didn't do it. All right, guys, my break is coming up soon. All right, here is an earnings play, guys. This could be interesting. Now, it's got the whole number to get through, 26, obviously, but it is an earnings play, release earnings pre-market. Lots of volume now. It's a huge float, $2 billion in the float. This is ABB. It's just looks like it's trying to creep up. It's decreasing volume and all, but if it gets through 26, you look left and it does have some room to the 28 area, but it's a huge float. Is it today, NT? Is JMF? Okay, well, let's just take a look. Okay, so here's the IPOs. The 22nd. Yeah, okay, so it's supposed to be today. 18 million shares at 26. Okay. Some big guys behind it too. Goldman, JP, and Barclays, and Bank of America. So some big names behind this one. So our Halts resumes. I always say this, our Halts resumes. The quirk of it is that if it's an IPO, not every single time, might guess that one though, because it is sort of definitely a name one. It'll show up as a resume. Okay, so if you have the halts resumes, it's a quirk. It's not. It just happens to be. They didn't know what was going to happen. I say they. Traded is when we created this halts resumes alert. We did not know that was what was going to happen. But early on, I noticed that I see something that resumed, but it hadn't been halted. I thought, well, that's weird. And then I noticed that they were all IPOs. Well, I mean, again, large volume spikes on a 1 minute right here. All right. Volume 1 minute, big volume surges in 1 minute right there. Okay, Billy? Typically, if you're wondering if we have anything, if you go to an alert window, all right, and you right click, configure, search. So you ask for volume as an example. So when you start typing in volume, you'll see all of our 1 minute volume spike. That's an alert actually. This is the filter version of it. Okay, but when you type in, you ask for a 3-bar play. I don't know. Let me just see if it. We've got the bar reversals. But you can go consecutive as an example, consecutive candles. So you could go, it's a question that we get asked a lot also, consecutive candles in a row. So on these various time frames. If you wanted them to be down, you would just put minus in the max. So for instance, if you wanted to see 3 consecutive 5-minute candles down, right there, and that's on the 1 minute chart, you would just put -3 as an example. Yeah, I was depending on whether or not he's got the premium service. We do have something called the RBIs and GBIs if you have our premium service. Oh, okay. You do have this? Okay. You could try these. The reason I don't really highlight them too much is because we have a lack of filters to be able to really zero in on things. But you can try it. RBIs, 15, they're the 3 time frames for both. All right, guys, AUPH maybe taking out 1650. In fact, it just did. You know what I'm not in? Sugar. This one. LL. Now, guys, if you're looking for maybe a real gentle type play, no guarantees, of course, but if ABB breaks at 26, it's an earnings play. It's got a huge float, but if it does break 26 and you look left, it does have some room to 28, a couple of dollars. Meanwhile, we've got Rheology. So you look at the volume. It's not a volume break, though. I mean, doesn't mean it's not going to go up, but I'd like to see some volume. I'm upset with myself on the LL. I wanted to get back into this one. You guys didn't keep asking me questions, I probably would have been. Kidding. I mean, this could move, but I'd like to see some volume associated with it. And the volume's increasing on the 15. It's just nothing. You know, what you want to see is like a big volume burst. Like even one of those like a candle like that or a bar like that. The reason I say that is that without sustained buying, I mean, you know, this could just fall right back. You talking about this? Well, I don't know if I can say the best way. I mean, these are just always ideas. Okay, so all the options plays magic, as well I call it here. It's just another way of looking at momentum. You know, stocks that have abnormal option activity. If I said to you, I mean, these are stocks that have abnormal volume. You know, the relative volume is at least 3. So the volume, you know, they have abnormal volume. This is just another way of looking at abnormality, shall we say. These have abnormal option activity. So it's not a matter of playing. If you're trying to play the options based on it, I can't help you there at all. This is just another way of looking at momentum. So for instance, you know, we do have our options filters. That's all that are in here. So those of you, I know we get the question from time to time, is Trade Ideas good for option plays? I don't, you know, I've never traded options, so I'm not 100% sure, you know, I can answer that question other than saying this. You know, here are our option filters. We have, you know, some obvious ones, the put-call ratio. This one, the options volume, is the average over the last 10 days contracts. This is, of course, today. Put volume and call volume today. So these are pretty standard. Maybe not this one, the option volume average, but this is the key one, option volume today percent. So if I put 200 in here, so if a stock has on average, say over the last 10 trading days, had a total of say 2,000 contracts on average, for you to see that stock today, that will have to trade 4,000 contracts. In other words, 200% double. Now, if that helps you trade the actual option, great. I don't use it like that. I'm just saying, wow, a lot of option activity, lots of action. Another way of looking at, you know, abnormality, which is what we want. You know, we want stocks that are trading abnormally. Certainly if you're an intraday trader. So, I mean, the JMIA, I know people have been talking about it. I don't know when the first time it was alerted. What I actually should do here is also do a don't repeat and look the first, you know, put it side by side. So all I would do is just duplicate, properties, don't repeat for a day. Say, okay, so now I can see the first time. Now, again, this is, obviously I would do this at the beginning of the day, so I could go back and say, okay, what happened the very first time we had an alert. So I'm going to rename that. Hit mine. So I'm not sure why it didn't hit yours, but it hit mine. JMF. It should have hit. I mean, I don't care. I have a minimum volume of 20,000 shares, but of course it hit, immediately. So, but it's untrade. Well, I shouldn't say untradeable. Obviously, this is a symbol that was used before, and but what did I say? The price was supposed to be around $26. So huge, huge pop off the IPO price. How many trades on an average? I don't know anymore, really. I mean, it depends how busy I am in answering questions. I probably trade a little bit more, but even, maybe 3 or 4 trades, 4 or 5 maybe. I'm not a super active trader, even at the best of times. Okay, so you see what I was saying about the RLGY? Now, the volume did come in on the downside, all right? But had that volume bar been on the upside, it may, no guarantee, but it may have persisted for a while. But all of a sudden there was some big selling, well, not huge selling, but some selling came in, and because you can see that bar is orange, so the selling. However, it may be settling down now, so all we need is a volume pop again on the buy side. All right, I have to see who's taking over the YouTube feed today. Oh boy, how far can this go? Well, Snap did make it to 23, and now turns into maybe a long play. Wow, AUPH just rippage, guys. Now we're getting into interesting territory. I mean, it's hard to believe it will take out that 1675, but anything is possible. Obviously, I should get out of that snap short that we put on. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's fibs or anything like that, but that's all I see on that weekly chart, daily chart. 1674 or so right there. There's the high looking left. Another one, 1691. I mean, listen, the fantasies, it gets through 17. The weekly chart, the weekly chart is 1691, 1675, so it's sort of the same. Lot of mess right around that 17 level. I would not, I mean, I'll be amazed if it gets through that. You have been mentioning Ollie. I think this is out of the, yeah, that's why. It's out of the price range that I follow. But hey, I mean, great move. It's not an earnings play either. This was a flyer in the morning and just fizzled. Timber. This was a timber. Look at this. I mean, it hit 289 down to 224. Actually shortable. This has been a kind of a crazy one. Halting in and out, IND. All right, guys, I'm going to get the announcement in now. I am going to be on a break pretty soon. This is Andy takes over in the YouTube feed in about a couple of minutes, I think. All right, what are you doing? XBIT. Look at the volume. They just came into XBIT. Look at the room. Kind of a consolidation break, not quite, a little bit of an uptrend, certainly on the 15s. I'm going on a break though. There it goes, guys. There it goes. XBIT. Look at the volume, guys. Another chart to print. All right, Andy is now streaming, so I'm going to leave everybody in YouTube. I'm going to stop my streaming in YouTube.
Hello, hello. You guys let me know if you can hear me. Barry hasn't told me he's switched it over yet, so maybe you're not here. Oh, great. Hello there, Aja. How are you? Hello, everybody. This is the Wednesday edition of the support webinar. All right. So what we do is we hijack the live stream for about 1 hour to open it up for Q&A. I am here to answer any questions that you might have about the software, or trading. If you want to go down that path, we can go there too. All right. So far, oh, you're Dawn of the Dead. Yes, yes. I was sitting there. I knew it was one screen. And just, I'm glad you threw that out there because I finally would have gotten around to it. But good, good. Let's pull it up. I haven't looked at it today. Dawn of the Dead. Let's take a look and see if anything. Boy, that was a nice one, especially if you'd have caught this thing, back over in this level. That would have been a nice little trade there. There's another good one you probably may have seen on this day. I'm gonna have to pay more attention to this. Look at that one. Good, good, Ajay. I'm glad. Sounds like you, or looks like you may have caught some decent trades out of that. Fire Eye, yes, trying to get going today. Yeah. Of course, this market, yeah, it just keeps powering higher. You cannot stop it. Every time you think it's about to sell off, like today, it looks like we could have had what Steve and I refer to as the rainbow of death, where you gap down and you do like an upside down horseshoe and you go to lows. But nope, this market just is staying bid for whatever reason. Well, I probably know the reason as long as we keep printing money. Which, by the way, keep an eye on the dollar weakness. It is, I mean, if it really starts to tank, I mean, yeah, be careful. When you see the dollar, heading south like that, and gold just keep powering to highs, I'm one of those that believe a strong dollar is good for everything. Hey, Mike C, how are you? RKD says, yeah, I've seen that AUPH come through a couple of times. Where'd I see it? Yeah, there it is. It's on my extreme volume, and it's a Holly call. Great little call there. Moving sideways, calls it right there, and a nice little 50-cent pop, whatever it was. Running into suggestions. This is what I like about using a new high alert. You can see this thing. You would have seen this red line resistance bar, and that's exactly where it's hitting. Wouldn't be surprised if it backed off a little bit, hitting this resistance over here. All right. There's another one. Oh, Juniper Networks. It's been in the grave for a while. Been coming out. You probably would have seen it on this day right here from Dawn of the Dead. What's your take on oil? Well, historically, if the dollar gets weak, oil gets strong. Uh, but I know we have such, I don't know this. I just listen to what I hear. But we have lots of inventory, lots of capacity being stored on tankers and things like that. So I don't know. Is the dollar weakness going to overpower the excess inventory that we have? And I don't know. Oil is kind of like gold. It's a tricky one for me. That being said, only thing I can say is usually when you have a weak dollar, oil gets stronger. So we'll see if there's a correlation there. Right now, If you look at oil, it's definitely holding up. You know, you'd like to see it kind of hold this breakout level right there. You can see it came down to that level today, touched it a couple of times, and now it's trying to bounce. Maybe you want to watch if it goes through highs here. Take a look at the OIHs. They're probably stronger than now. They're seeing a pullback today too, probably because of the commodity. Uh, you know, these bounce plays. Anytime you get a sector that's been beaten up, uh, I know Steve was mentioning in the webinar yesterday that you get that volume bar breaking out of that resistance. There should be some follow through, but when you have a sector that's tied to a commodity, a lot of times it can be tricky. You know, you basically need the commodity to go to. So we'll have to see. You know, if I'm trading oil stocks, I'm definitely keeping an eye on USO. Can't stop run. SEDG. I'm waiting for this First Solar. I'm sitting in First Solar in our little fund that we trade. I bought it on a pullback way over here around 59.30 or something like that. So up a little bit in it, but it's been holding. I'm you looking around at all these solars, FSLR, SEDG, looks like it's trying to go to highs right now and could break out of this level. I really think First Solar could be a lagger. Speaking of laggers in the fund, I made some decent money on Newmont. This is one. If you look, I'm really surprised at this one. And I even talked about it in a webinar. Here's your May high going back over here. Now I'm going to show you the GDX. Look how much it took out that high, that May high. For some reason, I don't know what it is. Maybe we'll find out soon. Earnings is coming up on July 30th, but I'm really surprised this one hasn't had more juice behind it. But I was in it from down here. I think we announced that in our one of our webinars. So I had a great trade. Got out on this bar right here when it broke the 10 period. Didn't get back in, but boy, I think or haven't yet. But that's one I think you got to keep an eye on. It's either lagging for a reason, or it could have a big catch-up move soon, because it is definitely not moved like the rest of them. Okay, you probably know more than I do. He says Newmont is a huge silver producer too, so that would even give more credence to my argument that it could possibly have some catching up to do. Whatever reason, if sometimes some of these stocks, they just won't go, and then all of a sudden you're afraid to hold into earnings. They have earnings and this thing gaps up 20%. But oh well. It's just funny that back in May this thing was close to all-time highs. Let's put up a monthly chart. Scroll back, and yeah, there's all-time highs. So it got real close back in May. Let's draw a little line to where it got and how close it was. So not far, but boy, it's been lagging. You can see all my little paper trading buy signals in there. Keep loading up on. I mean, I've traded it well, and I mean, of course, this is paper trading. But what I do is just buy on weakness. You can see closed P&L up over 70,000 in that one, but I keep thinking I'm loading up and to see if this thing. Of course, that's paper trading. I'm never going to brag on paper trading, that's for sure. But I did have a great trade in our little fund we trade. Let me get back to this on my time frame. Somebody that says they lost sound. Can everybody hear me? Testing 1 2 3. Can I get a verification that you guys can hear me out there in the chat window, just so you can hear me? Or did I actually lose sound? Okay. Okay. Let me get the mic a little bit. Can't get it much closer to my mouth. All right. So Newmont is one to keep an eye on. As a matter of fact, it looks like it may be trying to go to highs here. I just cannot believe. Uh, Maybe there's something under the surface. A lot of times like this, you'll scratch your head, and then there'll be news that come out. What they maybe they're making an acquisition or something, or maybe their earnings. I don't know. Maybe they have an issue and their earnings aren't going to be that good. But really surprised. That's usually one of the leaders. All right. See if there's anything else to talk about here while I wait for some questions. Spies are basically really close. I'm surprised, honestly, with the Qs that they haven't made it up. So they still have a ways to go for their all-time highs in the Spies. As a matter of fact, they are, let's take a look at where they are on the year, which would be a close about right there and slightly up on the year, it looks like. Qs, on the other hand, they have definitely taken out their highs much sooner. So the Qs are still kind of in the leading the train there. Do you think we can use position and range to create a PSAR type alert? What's a PSAR type alert? Aja's hit me all with all the acronyms today. Parabolic stop and reverse. Okay. You'd have to use a lot more than just a position and range. You know, that's a tough one. It's for me. I would just build one. Change from close if you're looking for. I know some people look for stocks that. Well, we could just do this real quick. Just do it in a top list form. Now let's do an alert form. What I would do in something like that, if I'm looking to possibly fade parabolic moves, and there's a lot of traders that are good at this, but I would just use a new high filter, and let's put in our parameters. We'll just use $2 in case we want to short some junk, and we'll max it out at 50. Change from close. We'll keep it average daily volume. Let's put 200. Gonna add some relative volume in here just to make sure. Don't want too much though. As a matter of fact, I'm not gonna add that. I'm just gonna, because a lot of times if they're not doing volume and they have a parabolic move, let's do change from the close. Yeah. Let's start out with 10. Let's start out with 5 and see how much we get, and then we'll have to come back in and raise that. All right, let's add some columns so we can see the volume coming in. Relative volume. I definitely want 1 minute volume and 5 minute volume. Because if it is hitting highs, you want to know the 1 minute volume, because if it's just a rush of volume, you might not want to jump in front of that train. But if it's not doing a whole lot, let's see, and let's see, change from the close. Definitely want that. Now what we could do is come in here and add a 2 minute Change in 2 minute. I think we'll get a 2 minute. Change in 2 minute percentage. Let's add that. And maybe we want to see it going at least 2% in the last 2 minutes. And we'll see what this presents to us. Quite a few actually. More available. I'm gonna increase. I'm getting too much. Let's do. Let's do change in 2 minutes. Jack that up to 3%, and we'll change in from the close. We're going to jack that up to 10%. See what we get. All right. Let's see what we got here. Nice fade there if you're bold enough to do it on the open. But let's go to about another good one. If you faded at the right time, let's go about to 9:45. See what we see here. There's another good one. Boom. Seeing a lot of fade so far. That would work. Another good one. Fade. You know, if you're fading those, you know, spikes like that so far, this would be another one. I haven't seen one that hasn't worked. Another one. Barely. Another one. So this may be a good one. What do you think, Aja? It looks pretty good, doesn't it? That one, now you could have gotten hurt in that one. You got to be careful later on in the day because a lot of times that one would have worked at the resistance there if you faded it there. Probably a lot of these, there's another one if you faded it at the resistance. That one may work. All right, we're going to name this and I'll share it. Call it fade the move. Let's see. Let's call it fade the thrust. Okay, let me tighten it up a little bit. And I will share this with you. You're welcome. What's great about the software? I mean, you know, once he told me what he was looking for, you can just put an image in your head of a stock and what it's doing, and then you just go in here, and then once you familiarize yourself with the filters, then it's just a matter of just building, building filters. Very simple to do. You just add change from close. Obviously, that's going to make sure it's had a huge move. Anybody that gets a 10% move are looking probably a lot of times to take profits, so that would be a reason maybe to fade it. And of course the change in 2 minutes, and you can toy around with that and add, make that bigger if you want to, but I think it looked pretty good as is. May have to keep an eye on this one. All right, let me see. First holder, I need you to go. See what Newmont's doing. There you go, Newmont. Get up there to highs. Wow, that's just crazy. I think it won't highs today. Let's take a look at the monthly in GLD here. Oh wait, before I do, we got a question from DD. Hello, just signed up for TI. Well, welcome aboard, DD. And disappointed there was no EMAs over SMA crossovers. Any idea how to get around that? No, there's no way to get around that because we are not pulling data for EMAs. Okay, only SMAs. Now, I know we're working on some things right now with this new little gimmick feature product that we have that Michael is brainstorming and trying to put other stuff together. So obviously, I cannot make any ETA and I can't not make any promises, but I do know he is working on seeing if we can add EMAs in the near. And I'm not going to say near future. I'm going to say future. So here's the caveat, though, when it comes to the crossovers, and it has to do with the way our uh, platform, the platform that our technology sits on. Okay, when you're using a crossover, that candle has to complete before you're going to get the alert. Okay, so it doesn't do it in real time as it crosses the alert, and I don't like that. I know a lot of traders don't like that, but there's not a whole lot we can do about it. So if you're using a 1 minute crossover, maybe it's not, it wouldn't be that slow to react because 1 minute candle is pretty quick. But if you're using like a 15-minute crossover, you're not going to get that alert until the 15-minute candle closes. Jmua, another China stock raising up out of the grave. Yeah, that would explain it, DD. Yeah, we have so many good filters and so many good alerts, and everything's in real time. But that's one thing that even the traders here are not happy with. I don't trade a lot off crossovers. Well, my day trading days are over anyway, so uh, uh, just a swing trader now. So I don't use them that often. Okay, another John. Welcome aboard, John. Just signed up for TI. Can you please tell me if there is a way to get a little better jump on the moving up volume filter? Let me check that out. It's called running up. Are you referring to running up? Yeah, but do you know the exact name of the filter that you're using? Running up is an alert. Or you said moving up volume filter. Oh, moving up on volume channel. Okay. Well, uh, let's take a look. Let's see. I saved that, didn't I? Dawn of the Dead. A lot of these are going to be redundant. I'm going to be making as a matter of fact, I'm going to be doing it today. I'm going to be making a Momo channel because we get so much request for Momo, and uh, gosh, why can't I find that? So it may be better fit for you when I get that one. Uh, the channel's called Moving Up on Volume. It's toward the bottom. Okay, I'm at the very bottom here. Are you talking about volume? They change these up on me all the time, and I can't remember where everything is. Okay, volume. Okay. All right, so here's the best thing to do is, well, it's a multi-strategy window, so you're going to see a lot of things coming through here. Let's take a look. Looks like they have any certain one that you're interested in here, extreme volume, or just all of them. Yeah, I got it. The moving up on volume here. I'll just take a look at the $1 to $10 configuration. Okay, this is looking for extreme volume. Float $1 to $10. Yeah, what you can do. Let me show you what you can do. Okay, you can always come in here and change the parameters and make. So I'm going to show you what to do to make it your own. So this maybe the volume when it first takes off is not doing this much volume. So you could come in here and say, well, I only want to see 1,000, percent. That's 10 times normal 5-minute volume. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take it down to 500 on the 5-minute, and I'm going to leave it at 1,000 on the 1-minute. Obviously, there's a trade-off. A lot of people want to catch the momentum trades right when they take off. The problem is that's not momentum. You're going to get a lot of head fakes if you try to do that. You're going to get false head starts. I would love to know which ones are going to rip and which ones weren't. That would make it easy for us. So really, it's not so much trying to catch right when the stock takes off. It's knowing that there's momentum behind it and how long it's going to go from where you see it. And that's where looking at daily charts can help. But anyway, this might help you a little bit just to bring down these volume parameters like this. And let's do this. Let's volume today 1,000, 100 thousandths. If it's a thin stock, sometimes they take a while to get to 100,000. So you may, that may cause you to slip a little bit. So I'm going to do this and take out that and just use an average daily volume. And just put 200,000. And okay. Okay, and now you know what, I'm going to pop out that window so I don't get it confused with see if the parameters are still the same since okay, they are. Okay, now let's take a look at the history. Bring this down a little bit so we can see a good intraday chart too. All right, now if you're like me, you got to be careful. Just like all those head fakes I was showing you earlier, you got to be careful. There's a little energy stock. Let's go to about 850 is where I usually like to start looking at these things. Okay, one thing I'm seeing here right now is some of these stocks are down on the day and just getting a bounce. I don't like that. So we're going to come in here and we're going to make a change just to make sure the stock is up on the day. All we have to do is go to change from the close. Percentage. We're going to add filter. I was wondering if I could add something which may give a little faster read. I'm not sure what you mean by faster read. These are in real time. You can't get any faster than real time. Seeing a lot of pissant stocks in here. What do you mean by faster read, John? Because these are in real time. If you're, the alerts, the Charts are a little bit delayed, but these alerts are in real time. And I don't know what you mean by faster read. But I'm okay. John, I'm gonna direct you to a channel, I think, where you can find some better. Go to Traders Vault. This is our favorite alerts. Okay? A real good one is this Extreme Master Blaster. Okay? Check out it. And all you have to do, yeah. I think you're gonna find some good movers in here. But the thing about this one versus what you were seeing over there in that other one, I didn't build that other one, is this is making sure the stock is hitting a new high, it's up on the day, and it's breaking out of like a 10-day range. So in other words, I'm using a 10-day high in here at least. It's going to keep you from trading those stocks that are in no man's land. Okay, those are the ones that can get you in trouble. So you want to make sure, like AG here, the trade of the week call. Why is this one continuing to go? Because there's no resistance. Okay, look back here on the daily. This is the kind of stuff you look for. So even after 2 great days, look at the move it's having today. That's the kind of stuff you want to find. You don't have to catch these in the first 15 minutes of the day. You can have, a dollar or two more follow through. So use the Extreme Master Blaster. Check it out. It's in Traders Vault, and focus on your daily chart. Too many people focus on the 15-minute chart. It can be great for entries, but when you're looking for if you want to take a trade and how long you want to hold a stock, look at the dailies. But anyway, there's some great alerts. All right, yeah, there's some great alerts in
KGJI.
in the Traders Vault. You're welcome, John. You're welcome. Thank you, and welcome aboard. All right, first. Yeah, Newmont finally went to highs there. All right, question panel. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope, looks like we're all caught up. So if anybody has any questions, look at this revenue growth fishing. Yeah, I don't trust those. I tried this one the other day on this breakout and got out really quick on that one, but having a hard time. Sallie Mae poking its head up out there. I don't know anything about this shift pixie. I've been seeing it a lot in here, but that's just one awful I'm sorry, I may have accidentally had it on mute. Can you guys hear me now? Sometimes my belly hits up against the desk and it hits my little hard mute. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. Yeah, I was just going over the Holly trades real quick, and the only thing I really talked about is Logitech and how it hit the target. So in conservative mode, if you would have got out at the target, you would have done very well. But if you had held on, this one would eventually stopped out. So that'd have been a tough one. See if any of these, quite a few of these are still alive in moderate mode. So we'll have to see how they work out. Snap was working nicely, but then it's trying to get a bounce. CNI looking good. Entry right there, up about 40 cents in that one. And that AUPH is still intact. A nice little trade right there. Steve over there chatting to me like I don't have anything else to do. Balloon underwater. This is a relatively new one. Looks like it looks for kind of a continued sell-off and then a bar reversal. So we'll see if that one can work there. Still in play. Looks like it's going to be one of those slow summer days in the market, though. Just not a whole lot going on. Look at the relative volume, 0.53, just not going anywhere. So wouldn't be surprised, guys, to see days like this for the next probably 6 weeks. Usually after Labor Day, it starts to pick up a little bit. That doesn't mean every day is going to be like this, obviously, and that's what's great about our software. You can always find things that are moving, like Ollie. Like some of these solars. The market's trying to bleed a little bit. See what the Qs. Yeah, pretty much the same thing, right where they opened, pretty much. It's one of those kind of days that if you didn't get in the right things kind of early, it can be tough to make money. In the afternoons, you will have some things that'll continue to move higher, but or lower, but sometimes it can get tough if you hadn't made it in the first 3 or 4 hours of the day. John, if you'll look, there's in that Trader's Vault that I showed you about. There's one called Jam Down. It's very similar to one that I have here. I didn't put this one in there because Steve took mine and made it a little bit different, and he stuck his in there, so he stole it from me. But let me see. I think I may have it in here, Jam Down. But sometimes he makes sure it's not back tested. So it's jammed down to the 10 SMA. Okay, so probably nothing to do with a squeeze here, but what it is, it's strong stocks. Take a look at the configuration. And what it is, it's strong stocks between $5 and $300. Change from the close, they have to be down 1%, but they're hitting their 10-period moving average. See how we kind of bracketed that so you would see it once it comes down to the 10-period moving average. That's what we consider to be the momentum line. And here's the kicker: the composite score has to be greater than 80, which that's a strong score, especially if a stock's down 1% and hitting new lows. That means at one time it was probably much higher than 80. So if we take a look at some of these in here, we can take a look, maybe get a few. I'm not sure how many we have today. Okay, let's see if BABA held. Nope, BABA didn't hold. You can see it happened early in the morning, came down and hit its 10 period. I usually don't like to trade these things in the early going, so this is one that did not work, but it's a China stock. Crisp, there's one that did work. See how Crisp came down here, and there's your little blue arrow. You can barely see it there. It's hitting its 10-period moving average. Strong chart on the daily, and getting a nice little bounce. Cena trying to hold on, but that's kind of been just kind of going sideways. Not sure that's a great example. Here's one right here. Strong chart, came down, defending its 10-period moving average, but we'll see if it holds. But anyway, today may not be a great day for it, but give that a shot. It's a contrarian play, looking for stocks that are pretty much going to be on lows of the day, but they're going to have a bullish chart on the daily. It's called jam down by to the 10 SMA. All right, I got about 10 more minutes, guys. Debbie said, could you share the link, Dawn of the Dead? If it isn't, okay, yes, I sure will. Yeah, I created this after we did the I made that channel or revised it. Dawn of the Dead. There you go, Debbie. Look what's coming through extreme volume, guys. In this member, this was on Dawn of the Dead. You can look and see the position and lifetime range. And I remember this one was coming back, probably a couple, back around 13. You got to be careful with these. If they don't work, okay, get out quick. Okay, there's a chance, just like I told you I did in DHT the other day. DHT was coming through. I bought it on this day, right around here, and at this day the whole market fell apart, so I took basically a flat, maybe a real tiny loser. Now it's setting up again. Maybe I'll come in here and set a price alert. If it does break out above this level, maybe I'll want to take it, give it another shot at it. But I always like when I see them confirmed. You see that volume bar right there. It just came in. That's some pretty significant volume. This is one you might want to watch over. Now, it is coming to some resistance up here. Scroll back on the daily there. So you do kind of have a little level here. You got your 200-day and resistance, so you may be tough getting through that. But boy, if you can get through 14, maybe you can have a really nice move. All right, about 7 more minutes. Some good questions today. And do have a couple of new guys in here, so if you have any basic questions, don't hesitate to ask. We've all been there at one point. Take a look real quick. IWM's holding up today, and about the same. We can't stop AG. Maybe Newmont's finally going to get into gear. Do you know when the next release is coming out to fix P&L issue? Yeah, you know what, Debbie? They just released a last night a new version for the developers for us to play around with, a developmental version. So we will kick it around here for a couple more days, and if everything looks good, well, I would probably say possibly by the end of this week, if not maybe early next week, there should be another version. You're welcome. Oh, time to lift the desk up. I've been sitting for too long. Gold pulling back a little bit. Not silver. UUP looks like it wants to do a doji. Probably a lot of people short that, so, or long the euro. So we'll a lot of times you get a big snapback. They just have a way of fooling everybody. You're welcome, Mike C. Thank you. All right, guys, I got about 2 or 3 more minutes. So if you do have a question, this is probably the last call. Get it in there. Are IB accounts groups supported? I'm not sure, Debbie, what you're talking about there. The IB folks say the API does support that. Now I know you can have multiple accounts through IB. You just have to set it. You have to set it up like with a master account. So if if you, let's go into strategies. I haven't been in here in a while. I got to figure out what I'm going to do here. Let's see. So if I go to uh, yeah, I think yes. I think you can. You can, but what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to set up like a let's go to edit trading strategy where it says accounts. You're going to have like what's a default account, okay? And then you can, but you need to talk to them about this because it's set up on their end, okay? But probably what you want to do is your default account is going to be your kind of umbrella account with IB, and then you're going to have these sub accounts. But you want to send. Michael can probably tell you how to set that up. I mean, obviously, I don't trade multiple accounts in there, but I just trade one fund. So I don't know, but I know there's a way to do it where you can have like a master account and then sub accounts underneath that, and then that's why we have allocation profile. So you can allocate a certain percentage to each account. But once again, you're going to have to talk to IB in setting that up. It's everything's done on their end. That's where your money is. So, but the software does allow you to do that. As a matter of fact, we have some fund managers, who may allocate it to 5 or 6 different accounts. Well, yeah, you said you have groupings set up, but yeah, it's probably you'd have to set that. Like I said, you have to set that up in IB. They're not going to probably show up in IB until you go over there, and I'm not sure how you do that, but you'll have to do it on their end. And then the best person to talk to is Michael Noss. Just once you get it established with IB, you're going to have like a master account, okay, and all the sub accounts will be funneled from the master account. So all right, let me see. Barry, he is streaming now, guys. So I am going to sign off. Great questions today. Uh, okay, they show up on IB, but not in B plus. Right. I think probably what you're going to see in B plus is just one account. Okay, you're going to have to go to IB because, like I said, everything's done on their end. All the data's on their end. So you're going to see your master account in B plus and your profit, and you're not going to. I don't think you're going to be able to see it. I may be wrong. Okay, send an email to info, and I'll send it over to Michael Noss to see. But I don't know if you're going to see the separate accounts in the B plus. All right, guys, my time's up. I'm sending you back over to Barry. Thanks for all the great question and for coming today. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
even XBit, guys, it's now resting after that big pop from 1810 all the way up to 1880. It pulled back, but now it's kind of resting. Again, imagine we get more volume. I mean, it still has room. Look left on that monthly chart, 2274. Same sort of thing if you look at the weekly chart. So, I mean, this XBit still has some room. Wow. Oh my goodness. Look at ABB, guys. Look at ABB. Sleepy little play. Almost forgot I had it. I traded in and out of it, Bob. I don't typically take the trades of the week, because I'm not a big swing trader. I did trade in and out of it. I don't have it. I was actually more interested in swinging that AXU from yesterday. I thought that had a lot of promise, based on that. But I got out of that one also. I mean, guys, look at this. I mean, that's actually a great little move. I mean, I was in this one at what, 2607 for ABB. It caught my eye in the earnings plays. I got my little window over here and it was right there. And I mean, we're going to have a lot of earnings plays the next month. And again, that window is also available. One of my scans. Guys, I'm going to do my video. So guys, can you hear me in the YouTube feed? Just want to make sure before I sign off and do my video. I'm just checking to see if Andy is gone yet. So are you saying yes to me, Tricos? Oh, okay, good. Okay, so I gotta go. I gotta go for about 15 to 20 minutes, okay, while I do my video. If you didn't see, I did take a trade. ABB was an earnings play while you guys were being entertained by Andy. Took it at 2607, and it's starting to move. This was sort of a typical, not typically of what I do, but I decided to take it. Anyway, I have to do my video now, so let me just get the announcement here. And remember, turn off your music. Amaral Boa Tarde. Okay, I'll try to pronounce that. Okay, guys, we'll see you in probably about 15 to 20 minutes. All right, guys, I'm now back. And today, let's see, today is Wednesday, so I don't have a marketing meeting, but I do have the webinar that I take part in with Dan and Brad at 5 o'clock Eastern. So it's my long day. Okay, so Andrew, I'm going to give you a little link. Real is correct. It is a PC program. A lot of trade ideas people have Macs, and this is so they put together a little podcast. There are 3 ways in which you can use trade ideas if you do have a Mac. Okay, obviously the one. No, I don't want to say normal, but I think the majority of people at trade ideas that have Macs do use an emulation program. What do I think about INUV? INUV. Yeah, so these are stocks that I don't really look at because they're under $1. So I don't really, I really don't have that much comment. Okay. I mean, I look at the daily, this is what I see. I look at the daily chart that the buyers have tried a couple of days to move it up, but the sellers are still in control as far as I can see. So that's all I can really comment on. Hello, Rodney. Welcome. You're in the swing trading area. That's okay if you want to be talk about some swing trades. Welcome to the club. Hey, you know what? AUPH may I'm not in it anymore, but AUPH may not be over. There's a nice little maybe a little move here. And just as I was doing the video, I saw somebody make a snarky little post about ABB. I'm kidding you, of course. I didn't see, I didn't see that post, or I didn't see that. Well, I didn't see the original post then. I just kept seeing it here. You know, one of the earnings plays. Calix, I didn't realize. Actually, to tell you the truth, I did not realize this was an earnings play, or maybe I did. But we're certainly going to see a lot more earnings plays now, guys. You know, here's one on the way down. And if you're unsure about what I'm talking about in terms of an earnings play, what I consider an earnings play is any company that releases earnings after hours the day before. So in other words, yesterday after the market closed, or this morning before the market opens. Typically, those are stocks that will be in play all day. Now, I guarantee all eyes on Tesla. All eyes on Tesla releasing earnings after hours today. Where could it go? And I don't play earnings as such. In other words, when I say I don't play earnings, I never hold a stock through earnings. I don't gamble like that. Look at AUPH, guys. That's a strong move now. Strong move. A little bit of volume coming in too. It was right here in the basic new highs, right there at 12.18, the time, and right at $1. Now I got really lucky, but I got caught in the first halt, which was okay because the first halts are normally pretty good. But, you know, I got in at, 105, and I got out at 122, 131. So worked out okay. But right here in the basic new highs and lows. Which pretty soon at around 1:30, I'm going to clear this. So we will start to see some of the original ones that were making new highs. We're going to see them here again one time. like CALX. Look at CALX. Where are you? There you are. 1960. Oh, at 107, 1960. Wow, look at this. 1988. Earnings play. AUPH. Not that you would have been able to hold it all the time, but 1613, 1675. I'm just intrigued to see how high this ABB can go with that big float. So again, I just to repeat for people who don't know why I do this clearing at around 130. So the theory is this, is that a lot of these stocks were really active early on, and sometimes they just kind of snooze for a while. And so what we're waiting for is that. We're waiting for something that has maybe gone to sleep for a little bit, had the big pop early on, and now it's just kind of been resting. And then all of a sudden, we get another big pop, but has to have volume. So kind of like a resurgence and maybe a big continuation. Yeah, that is the big deal, isn't it, about Tesla being added to the S&P, depending on what happens today. Hard to believe it still wouldn't get included, but you're right. Boy, this Calx, I mean, it's not an all-time high, but I think I went back. I don't see any real resistance for this one. What a run it's had. Ahead of earnings 4 days ago, $15 stock, so it's tacked on 25%. Now this is interesting. This TFFP, 13 million in the float. It doesn't trade very much. You can tell it's traded 390,000 shares, and that represents 11 times normal. So this does not trade very much. But this is I don't know 100% if this was an IPO right here or a symbol name change. But regardless, it seems like it's an IPO because we have the position lifetime range as being an all-time high. So this could be an IPO. But the bottom line is, I mean, look at this chart. So let's see if this holds. What's the spread like? Spread's a little tough. 11 cents on a $7 stock is a little bit tough. The 20 challenge is on for CALX, whereas the original alert was right up here, 1960. Let's take a look at Maya. What have you done since 450? Not much. And there's the TFFP. What I have to do on this one is literally put an alert right around 751. See if it takes out that 50 cent level again and really gets going. But as always, need volume. Need a bar like this. Otherwise, I won't touch it. CLX is just it's just run away from me. So I really look at the volume coming in though on the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume. Increasing volume on the fives. All right, 130. Clear. Then bring this one in. So see how it alerted again? Now that's the only time it's going to alert in this window. Even though it obviously alerted earlier than that in this window. I know it's confusing. Now, so the difference in these two is that I will get a count at 50, or sorry, minimum of 30 here. Still need 60 up here. Count meaning the number of new highs. But this is sort of untradeable, unfortunately. 731, this is what I'm talking about. 731, 746, the bid and the ask. There's this really, it's hard, you can't trade that. Well, I'm certainly glad I didn't get stubborn about this one that I was going to swing, the AXU. Home. Is Larissa still around? Is that your favorite stock? Home. Look at Home, actually. Nice, pretty good break. Again, you know, I'm just going to stick an alert way up here. Way up here. It's not going to happen today, and it may never happen. But, you know, we waited on this one a long time. Was it a 10 break or a 15 break way back when? I can't even remember anymore. It never really happened, but I mean, if it ever really gets going, I mean, look at the room it has. All right, guys, I'm out of ABB. The two topping tails right there. Excuse me, right there. Two topping tails. I actually had an alert set, didn't take it out, so I'm out of the ABB. Aha, Ogen. This is an interesting one. I mean, this is a Williams special maybe. No hammer to knock, or no nail to knock down, but this is a breaking down right here, Ogen. The market is starting to just get a little bit soft. So we've got a little disconnect going again. We have the tech down a little bit, the Dow's up a little bit, SPY is up a little bit, but a little disconnect. All right, guys. Well, just waiting for some alerts to happen in these two windows. How did Plantronics do? 1926. Not well. I mean, it's another one. Look, I mean, Plantronics is really interesting. I mean, look at the move it's made this week. Sort of taking all this out now. Look at the move, and then look left. Look how much room it has. Huge amount of room for Plantronics, or sorry, Plantronics, not Plantronics. Now, the only issue is the 200-day is up there. It's at 2012. It's far enough away for, I suppose, a day trade. But as always, volume. I mean, look at how the volume has just, gone to nothing. Well, look at home now. Look at the volume. It just came into home. Yeah, the smart stop is something that one day I'm just going to be able to say, yeah, the smart stop is an excellent stop. It is, the theory being is that if you get into it, if you click on an alert, you'll have a smart stop, a suggested stop that is, you can follow. Okay, it's a guide. Technically, it takes into account the stock's volatility, the high and the low of the day, and it feeds those numbers in, and it gives you a smart stop. Many times, though, it has a standard 25 cents away, which is not scientific at all. Okay, and the profit is just double the smart stop. So, in other words, if you clicked on an alert at $1 and the smart stop was at 75 cents, then the target is just double that. Again, nothing highly scientific. Just a guide. Well, the entry point, though, is where you click. Okay, when you click on an alert, that is so it's suggesting that, okay, if you took not on the downside, but if you took that trade, then these are guides. I'll be honest, I don't even look at it. I'm not saying you shouldn't or somebody brand new, but okay, give me a moment, please. Well, I love every time I see quick question. Quick question. It never is a quick question, but go ahead. I'm just kidding you. We get it all the time, though. I was just talking about the potential short for OGEN. No, this is pretty quiet right now in these two windows. That means nothing is making a new high. With the market maybe drifting a little bit more. Yeah, as far as a bounce off the VWAP is concerned, I mean, there's no alert that you're going to get. Okay? I mean, we have a VWAP, and that's not a quick question. I mean, we have VWAPs here, so you can go the distance from the VWAP, so you can say something that is like a little above it. You can filter for it being a little bit above the VWAP or a little bit below using a negative number. Okay, but an absolute alert to bounce off the VWAP, it won't be available as an alert. So you can find stocks that are near the VWAP. For instance, I could say 0.0. I mean, I'm going to, you can make it as tight as you want. So for instance, now when I check the summary, okay, actually it's the reverse. So you see, so if you use that, so here the price is no more, and you put whatever you want in. I mean, this is going to be almost right on the VWAP, but this is no more than 0.05%. We cannot see your screen. Is that correct? You guys can't see my screen? Have you guys lost the screen? Okay, so Bling, if you can't see my screen, you might have to do a refresh. In the trading room, there's a gear. Right beside the gear, there's a refresh. Okay, you might have to do a refresh. And if not, use maybe Chrome as your browser. Typically, though, doing a refresh might help. Haven't had that for a long time. Somebody saying they can't see my screen. Oh, okay. So again, what I was showing you then is the VWAP. Volume weighted average price. You can look it up. I mean, you'll get a very good definition if you just type that in, but that's what it stands for. Essentially, where a lot of volume has been traded, a price where a lot of volume has been traded. I mean, that's kind of, so if you look that up, you'll see it is an area that a lot of people will look at. Probably, I would say, I may be wrong, but the 200-day moving average would be the number one indicator. I think the VWAP is up there. So this is what I was saying. So you could, we have the VWAP, distance from the VWAP. So if you put, as an example, and this in a percent, minus 0.05 and plus 0.05, that would show you stocks that are literally right at the VWAP. No more than 0.5% above, no more than half a percent below. So there's no alert that is going to do what you want to do. You can set up a situation where a stock is very close to the VWAP that has fallen, but other than that, there's not going to be like a pure alert. Meanwhile, Calix, look at the volume that is coming into Calix, C-A-L-X. Okay, EQ, what are you? No, 1590. Well, but you can't trade it. I mean, it's just, you're in chase mode. So, I mean, when we get an alert here, yeah, it's great. But what we're looking for the alert if it happened right there. Okay, out of consolidation. These are quite odd, We normally get more action in these two windows right now. Just means stocks aren't putting in new highs or lows with these highs with these filters in place. Home continues. There's a red bar ignored actually for home. Oh, that's one of Steve's. I mean, I think it looks like a horseshoe, like a U. I don't have that scan. I think that's Steve Gomez's scan. I don't have that scan. Probably it's in the trader's vault, but I think it looks kind of like a U, like a horseshoe. I don't have that scan though. It could be in the trader's vault though. If you click on new, channel bar, and go to the Traders Vault. Where are you? Traders Vault right there. There are a lot of scans that the other traders at Trader It Is they've put in there. One of them might be the horseshoe. I don't know. Remember though, if you click on one of these, it is a layout. So before you do that, if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save it to the cloud. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of that Traders Vault, though, also, because, I mean, there are a lot of different trading styles. I mean, I obviously have one trading style that I kind of stick to, but the other guys have different trading styles. They all look for pullbacks, they'll look for other types of setups, whereas I'm all about momentum. Look at the float too for Equilium, 6.5 million in the float. I don't remember seeing this one this day. I actually don't remember. Obviously, we would have 100 million shares traded. Well, it depends how the EVs are doing. Oops. Haven't seen too many EV plays today. Again, you look at the daily chart, just kind of chopping around. Good volume. I mean, decent volume and all. It's a low float. But can you not see that unless it took out, even 379, it's not going anywhere? I mean, just look at the daily chart. Chop, 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 chop. I mean, some volume came in, but it didn't really move it. Not that much. But to me, if I'm going to get into this would have to take out 382. Well, that's a heck of a red bar ignored right there on the 5-minute chart. The trigger would have been around 839. Let's see if it keeps continuing. Well, this is interesting. I mean, we're not getting very many new highs. I'm sorry, guys. I'm answering an email. OBLG, guys. I'm hearing it. Oh, on the way down. Okay, that's why. Okay, well, once you have it, just right click and where it says save or share to cloud. So once you have it, you obviously are looking at it. So just right click, save or share to cloud. This will pop up and save. Okay, now it's in the cloud. You too, Larissa. My most important scanner? Well, I really like the basic new highs. I don't know if I had to rank them. Probably all day long. This one. This is definitely, the AI as a watch list and my watch list very close. But if I only had one scanner that was scanning all day long, probably my basic new highs and lows. Somebody asked me what is my. Yeah, but did you when you clicked on the horseshoe alert, right? You clicked on it. Did you not see this? So did not, the scan not show up? Well, okay. So I'm answering somebody in YouTube. For these three here, it's on my channel. Well, right click, save or share to cloud. It's almost impossible that it doesn't. Are you on the web-based version or the app? Ah, okay. You would be. Let me load the. I haven't used the web-based version for so long. Let's see. Well, I guess you've got to pop it out. Okay, so I'm just, this is so I right click, pop out, And then when you right click, then you can save or share to cloud. Okay? So you have to pop it out first, and then you can save it to the cloud. No, see, I'm sorry. I'm talking to somebody in the other room, PJ row 1. So yeah, my channel has this again from the toolbar, new channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. That'll get you these three. If you want to, you can come into the other trading room, and you can see all the other scans that I'm sharing. It's just hard for me to do it in the YouTube feed. Then I can share scans a lot easier. All right, guys, we are now in a little downturn in the market. Look at this big red bar here. No, John, you can't. You cannot have it surfing. Well, you can if you don't click on any alerts. So John asked again in the YouTube feed, the surfing mode. Yeah, if you just don't do anything, then it'll keep surfing all day long. The minute you click on an alert, it's going to stop surfing. Okay? So it's not a user error. That's just the way it's designed. Okay? So the only way it'll continue to surf is if you do not click on any alert, which is highly unlikely, but maybe that's what you'll do. Boy, look at the market. Market is putting in a big red bar. It's even affecting our little silver play. Now, here will be the interesting accounting aspect of it. I mean, what would happen, for instance, if AG got all the way back down to 1077 by Friday? Just trying to think of, it would be, with the way the rules are for tracking the success of the trade of the weeks, we're supposed to exit on Friday. But nobody in their right mind would ever let the trade do that, right? But I guess just for the purposes of math, now there might be a way in which we can calculate what the high was, just as a comparison. The count here is 60, and the count here is 30. The minimum. This one is a minimum of 30. This is still 60. Just a moment, please. Boy, home. Look at this one move here off that red bar ignored right there. Trigger was about 840, so not bad. Yeah, be careful, obviously, in the longs right now, the way this market is, and that's a pretty big volume bar for the SPY in the 15-minute. You have to go back to 1045 to see to see another one about that, and let's see, another minute to close. So this will probably be close to that one at 1045. Oh, now home shows up here. But I'm, again, you're chasing it. It's not coming from consolidation or any form of consolidation. So that's why, it may work, but it would be better, had it been consolidating for a while and then we get that big volume push. Yeah, how are the rest of them doing? How's U1 doing? Haven't seen those for a while. Yeah, they're all moving now. U1, Carve. Well, I shouldn't say all, but how's U1 OK doing? Oops. Same thing. So something's happening with those banks. Or call them fins. I know this is a network. Sorry. Wow, look at LL. Gee, it's just been a little too choppy for me. But look at LL. What a nice one I had early. Got chopped out of it. Not chopped out of it. I took a little loss on it. Yeah, the only one, of course, interest to me was the, not that I saw it in the AI, to be honest, but the AUPH. Same thing, guys. I mean, we're getting the alert here, but it's not, it'd be better, obviously, had we had it right there. But at 7:21, you're in chase mode right now. And more than likely, if you're wondering, well, why the heck didn't we get it there instead of here? I'll tell you. See where it says the current volume is at least 3? So it just snuck in. Now, it's now 3.4. On that move there, it was still under 3. So consequently, not going to see it until you get a relative volume of 3. See, it's right there at 3. Now, so again, you could say, well, why don't you just reduce it? Why don't you just relax your relative volume? And yes, I could do that, but then we'll get a lot of alerts that we may not want to see. So that is a question probably I get not so much in this room, but via email. How come I didn't see this trade or that trade? And you look at their filters and you see, well, there's a couple of filters that are blocking it. And then you always have to explain. I mean, if you, yeah, you can see a lot more trades if you relax your filters. I mean, that's obvious. You put no filters in, you'll see the entire market all day long. You know, so that's the whole idea. So the filters will, of course, reduce the number of trades you're going to see. And yes, it can be a little bit frustrating sometimes to see one slip by that you would have liked, but that's just the way it is. Well, this one is shortable. I didn't think it would be shortable, but OBLG is shortable. Short swing. That's something I've never done, Keith. Yeah, looks like home is going to go without me. ABB still may be interesting. I'm not in it anymore, but nice little 3-bar pullback. Takes out the high right there. I might get back into it. It still has room. I think I don't want them. I don't want another big red bar though. Even though it's an earnings play and kind of trading on its own, I don't want to see another big red bar. Well, of course, with an LL, I mean, you wouldn't expect it to, pop $10 overnight or anything like that. So, I mean, anything can happen. Yeah, but that is that's nonsensical. Of course, these sort of stocks. I mean, I'm not saying LL is star quality, but you know what I mean. I mean, it is a legitimate, whether you believe in their business model or not. Typically, you're not going to see this gap up $10 or gap down $10. You could see it gap down $10 on news of or earnings or that, but you're not holding it through earnings. Having said all that, I'm not shorting it with you. LMT. Yeah, it's through the 200-day moving. I mean, way out of the price range I like, but yeah, I mean, this is, today, big day through the 200-day, July 21st pre-market, so it had earnings yesterday. All right, guys, GNPX is kind of maybe interesting. I mean, it's coming out of a little bit of consolidation. Volume, good volume. GNPX is just triggered right there. Obviously, it took out the high right there. It's taking its time. I'm in at 28. I just want to see if it pops. If it gets into the low 20s, I'm gone. I'm talking about the GNPX. Okay, I'm out of it. I'll have to see. I want to see if it takes it out again. Just put an alert right at the top here and see if it takes it out again. BNTX. So somebody said, hmm. Just waiting on this GNPX. I mean, it has room. If it can get back up to that area, it does have room. Well, look at home, man. Because if you look left on the weekly chart, it's got room to the 528 area. Daily, I'm sure it's going to. Let's see, what's the high looking left? So 455 is the high looking left on that daily chart. So it might struggle to get through that also. Looks a lot nicer on the weekly chart. Boy, home is on the move. Wow, is home ever on the move? Look at that, 861 on the alert. Look at the volume coming in. I mean, look at the increasing volume on that 15-minute chart. Look at the increasing volume for home. It's just that I guess they could have taken it right there, maybe on that red bar, or that was the one right there. 840 would have been the alert. It's home. I don't think so, but let me see. Nope. Not that I'm aware of. To announce preliminary second quarter results on, just waiting for it to, July the 29th. So it's July the 29th. I don't know why we don't have an earnings day for home. We should have one. I'm going to just bring that to Brad's attention. Yeah, it is surprising. I mean, they say, oh, it's preliminary. Let me because I've already alerted. I want to make sure I'm right here. Preliminary. Yeah, it says it's preliminary second quarter. Nice of them to tell us that, though. A lot of times, stocks will come out with, so you can treat it like an earnings play. A lot of times, stocks will come out during the day or in the pre-market. You may have been holding something overnight, and they come out with preliminary earnings, and you don't want to hold the stock through earnings, and yet they come out with a preliminary earnings, revenue guidance, and all that, and it can destroy the trade. I really, really dislike that. What's your opinion of Carve? I mean, I don't know. I mean, something caused all those stocks to pop. Okay, the U1s, the Carves, and I'm sure there are another 5 stocks like this. Something caused it to cause them to pop. I don't know what it is, but I mean, right now it's anybody's guess. 653, 657. At least the spread is okay. Maybe it's resting here. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, maybe it's resting here. Need some volume though, again, to push it up. No, I know that, but what happened right there to all those stocks? So I am going to keep watching this one, the GNPX. Okay, see how much of a pullback that this is. Gets back over, say, 625ish or so. I might have to take another look at it. All right, well, there's some big volume that just came into AAOI, and if you have the AI, you know an AI alert also. Way back at 1409, back at 10 o'clock. My reluctance, of course, as you know, that whole number. All right, guys. Excuse me. GNPX is maybe getting set to run again. I'd like to see some volume though. Okay, no volume. Need volume to push it through. Yeah, I don't use Bollinger or pivot points, JB. So you will. It'll have to be real. Also, on our charts, you can't have them. I don't know if we have Bollinger. I can't remember anymore. Indicators. I know we're going to be adding some indicators. No, we have okay, so I guess we do BB band bottom. I don't know. Is that right? All right, guys, I'm really watching this GNPX to see if it really pops through here and get some volume. Volume's starting to get, not terrible. But I'm going to wait for my price alert to trigger. If it doesn't trigger, I will just move on. This is an earnings play. KNX just below 45 now. ABB making almost a new high. Yeah. Wow, AAOI just racing here now. I did not take this one. Okay, guys. Will it work this time? GNPX, and of course I'm talking about GNPX. $4.30 on that fill. Let's see if $4.30 holds. Try to give this a little more room. Yeah, you need a full-blown charting program to have pivot points and I guess like all like Bollinger Band. I don't know what that BB lower is, to be honest. Never used it. I don't know what BB band bottom is, considering we don't have something called BB band top. So I don't know what that is. I'm giving this a little more room, the GNPX. A bottoming tail. Let's see if it can just pop through 430 again. Again, the next high looking left on that weekly chart. Why does it do that? $4.55. So that could be a tough area. We'll see. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, why do we just have bottom? BB bottom. Oh, BB bottom, BB and bottom? Oh, maybe that's what it meant. I don't know. I'm assuming that's top and bottom then. Maybe this is, it should have been named a BB top and bottom. Let me do one chart. Let me just see what it looks like. All right, let's see what that would look like. And put it in the main area, I guess. So where is it? All right, so where is it? All right, guys. Well, I got turfed out of the GNPX again as I'm doing all this. Yeah, stealth. Well, this is silly. I mean, unless I'm supposed to. Show in status line 20 and 2. All right. Well, if I could see how to put it on here. No, I know, but how the heck does this go on here? Modify colors. Well, I know what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to be a band up top and bottom. I have no idea why I'm not seeing it. Anybody use the Bollinger Band on our charts? Well, chart area 2 would be down here. It would be another, this is chart area 1. I'm assuming you want to have them where the action is, where the candles are. So that's why I put volume, chart area 2. This is the main. It's crazy. No, I don't. Maybe nobody uses them because I can't figure out how to get the lines. Yeah, no kidding. Show in status line, chart area 1, modify colors. No idea. Well, it says, indicators. It says B, and bottom. So, okay, that's what it says. That's what I'm assuming. All right, guys. So today's my long day. I'll be closing at 3. You mean pre-market data, right? Okay, so I think probably in stock, more than likely, you've got without seeing your scan, you probably have the relative volume filter or a filter. Are you using the relative volume filter in the pre-market? If you are, you will get yeah. So that's it. You have to get rid of it. That's the reason. Ah, I see. Okay. So yeah, I just checked. So I am on a development version, and it's only in the development, but it's not turned on yet. Okay. So that's the reason. Mystery solved. So I'm on a development version. So the plans are to have it there. That's all. Guten Abend. I don't know. Is that like good night in some language, German or? Well, speaking of, way off topic here, guys. Way off topic. And don't tell me the ending. I've got two left. Anybody, speaking of German, anybody trying to watch that Dark on Netflix? That'll blow your mind. I have 2 episodes left. No, it's called Dark. It's You need a flow chart. Well, do I recommend it? You really have to concentrate. We're way off topic here. I'm kidding, but you really have to concentrate. Oh, it's good. I mean, it's excuse me, but it's definitely not something you can just watch and browse. I have 2 episodes left. Yeah, just go in with an open mind, Autolycus. Netflix is Rust Valley. Ugh, look at this dump here. AAOI. I actually not heard that, Vicky, at all about a new Sopranos. A prequel, really? Okay. I um, I know. I think the kid who played the son. I thought he was in some kind of trouble or had some trouble. Silver? No, sorry guys, we're getting a little pop for silver. I mean, that's the ETF. I mean, silver's been so strong. Wow, meanwhile, EQ. What a move. Can a person do it? Yeah, guys, the importance of having a stop. You know, I thought maybe this would, I had a little scalp in it, little bit of a scalp, but, got up to 436. Thought, okay, now it's going to start to work, but you got to have a stop. Now, it may hold here at 4, and maybe it'll resume later. I don't know. You too, Real. We'll see you tomorrow. Interesting day. Oh, wow, I'm completely out of GNPX. I got out twice. Don't wait for me, remember. Don't wait for me to tell you when to get out of trades. Or if that's... Okay. Oh yeah, no, I watch these things. Believe me, I know I'm talking and all, but I am watching. If I'm in a trade, especially something like this that can be very, very whippy, fairly low float. You know what might be an interesting swing, believe it or not, is ABB. I mean, it's had earnings. It still has a little bit of room. It's trading towards the end of the day. It's trading rather well. I didn't want to do that. Sorry, Firefox. You mean a price alert? Are you talking about on a price alert, Kiscutis? Okay, so you will have to watch the video. First of all, do you have Interactive Brokers? Okay, so in that video, it goes over it all. I mean, you have to set up your strategy right here. All right. Yeah, you're talking about auto trading it, or you're talking about auto trading it? Okay, yeah. So have you watched the video? Because the video goes over all that. How you can set up your own, how you set up your own strategy. It has to be in here, and then you create your rules. Edit the trading strategy. You create how you want to trade it. Okay, it's all in that video. definitely in the video. All right, guys, I'm just really kind of biding my time now, just to a little disappointed in the GNPX. Tried it twice. Go. Or are you talking Go, the grocery, or just Go? Grocery outlet, okay. Yeah, Go is pretty good. Interesting. Not an earnings play either. Nice day. Didn't really see this. I know why. Relative volume is very low, so it's not going to show up in any of my scans with that relative volume. Well, the market recovered from that red candle. It definitely recovered. So the market, again, Dow, the little disconnect. I mean, the semis are down just a little bit. Of course, guys, I kept this short just for demonstration purposes. I obviously would have been out of this. This is just in the simulator. Okay, guys, so before I go, I'm going to put a couple of links in the room. Again, I've been talking about the trade of the week all day. I think it's a great link. It's a free service, so why not take advantage of it? And also, if you're new to Trade Ideas, or even if you don't have the program, this gives you an idea of how to set up some of the, well, not obvious, but some of the basic features in Trade Ideas, the 20 short lessons. And the training link has the webinars this afternoon. So the webinar that I attend, so if you click on that link and scroll to the bottom, you can register for them all, but there's the webinar that I do attend. That's the Wednesday webinar, register, right there. So other than even home, nothing really great from this one today. I think this is the first day in a while. I haven't seen at least one or two that have really been excellent. That AUPH still looks kind of interesting. Not, I'm not gonna do it now or anything, but I mean, it still looks kind of interesting. It's holding. Hard to believe this one got $27. All right, guys, 253, getting set to wind it up. No, I doubt it. I mean, we have a news tab here, but if you're talking about a streaming feature live, like a pay service like Benzinga, I doubt it. In fact, I'll almost say no. I mean, I don't even know. I think we had a deal with Benzinga before. You might get like a 10% discount with them, but I don't even know if that's still in effect, to be honest. Okay, AUPH. It's so interesting. Markets put in a nice recovery off that red. That looked pretty ominous for a bit. You know, that big red candle in that 15-minute chart. That looked pretty ominous. You know, a couple of little red candles ahead of it and then a big one. But it's put in a nice recovery. And semis might even get positive, a little bit positive. Wow, I mean, this is I mean, it's actually shortable too. All right, Blinn, there's a red bar ignored, 256. What does it have? Looking left, it's got 297 as the high here. Problem is, I mean, it's not coming out of real consolidation or any form of it. It's just sort of, yeah, that's the problem. For me, anyway. Oh, guys, I mean, if you want to, GNPX is a great, print this out, why you have a stop. And I have a few shares of this, thinking it might pop. So, but, I kept my losses, both losses to an absolute minimum. I would not like it if I had said, just keep it and see what happens. I hate Genius Brands, so there's my opinion. I know they had a little press release or something about what Rocket Rangers or Rainbow Rangers or. Wow, Blinn is. This is really moving here. Testing that high right there. Shoot, that would have been one to take, but I thought it was a little extent, though that is a red bar ignored, so could have taken it around 250, 256. Yeah, I mean, if you look at if we think that's resistance, look at that. I mean, what's the high right there? The high is 295. What's the high right there? 295. Amazing how that works. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stall it, but so far. It's just amazing how many times that happens. At least the first stall, I mean, right to the penny. All right, guys, it is now 2:59, so I think I'll wind it up. Are there any other questions? If so, I will stick around if there's some questions. If not, I'll pack it in, and we'll open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Get to do it all over again. Okay, I don't see any questions. All right, everybody. So thank you for attending, and we'll see you tomorrow. I say I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody.